Conway's anger burned for 2 solid days, a wildfire of fury he couldn't extinguish. Every thought of her, how she'd wrecked everything by blurting out her feelings in front of everyone, how she dared to claim he loved her back, only fed the flames. But the worst part, that dig about his parents. She knew exactly where to strike to make it hurt. In a fit of rage, he'd thrown her out of his penthouse, scrubbing every trace of her from his life. No more shared bed, no lingering scent of her perfume in the halls. He wanted her erased like she'd never existed. The guest room became his refuge, his clothes replaced by whatever Dante grabbed off the rack. Fresh threads, no memories. He couldn't even step foot in his own bedroom, too many ghosts. Part of him wanted Dante to purge the place, but something held him back. Maybe pride, maybe something else. By day 3, exhaustion and hunger finally dulled the edge of his anger. A decent meal and a few hours of sleep cleared his head enough for one nagging thought. Was she okay? His guys had tried to hand her a stack of cash, 300 grand, but she'd hurled it across the driveway like it was trash before peeling off into the night. No money, no safety net. Unless she pawned that damn car, she was screwed. He told himself cutting her loose was the right call. That confession had torched whatever they had, but logic didn't stop the gnawing worry. The city wasn't kind to someone alone, especially not with Knuckles lurking in the shadows. Had he already made his move? The thought twisted Conway's gut. What kind of idiot kicks someone out with nothing but a middle finger and a busted tail light? Day 4, he cracked, dialed her number. Nothing, not even a voicemail, like she'd vanished into thin air. Panic clawed at his throat. Had she ditched the phone to ghost him for good, or worse, had someone else silenced it for her? His mind raced with grim possibilities, each worse than the last. When Dante knocked on his office door a few days later, Conway barely glanced up. Not hungry. His appetite had vanished, replaced by whiskey and regret. He slumped at his desk, head in his hands, drowning in the mess he'd made. New detail. The penthouse's floor-to-ceiling windows offered a glittering view of the city, but Conway kept the blinds shut, as if the skyline itself mocked his mistakes. Tone shift, from brooding anger to biting sarcasm. Yeah, real smooth, Conway. Throw out the woman who actually gave a damn about you. Gold star decision-making. The moment I heard the words, my body tensed up. Someone's here dropping off the car you lent to Sapphire. Figured you'd want to know. My hands froze midair. Now. Right now. I bolted from my chair, taking the stairs 3 at a time until I burst through the front door. The Ferrari sat in the driveway, freshly waxed, its red paint gleaming under the afternoon sun. 2 guys in dark suits were already climbing into an unmarked sedan. Hold up. I lunged forward, blocking their path. Where is she? Who sent you? My fists clenched. If these guys had touched Muse, they wouldn't be walking away. The driver blinked, unfazed. Who? I just deliver cars, man. Who told you to bring it here? He shrugged. Not my business, I just follow orders. My pulse hammered so hard I swore my ribs would crack. Who do you work for? Who paid you? The guy raised his hands, backing up. Look, I'm just a courier. People hire us to return stuff when they relocate. Keys were at the office, address was on the slip, that's all I got. I let him go, exhaling hard. If Knuckles had her, he wouldn't return the car, he'd keep it as leverage. Muse must have sent it back herself. But why? The sedan peeled away, leaving me standing there, hands on my hips, frustration boiling under my skin. I could lie and say I didn't care, but that was bullshit. I needed to know she was safe. Sapphire, New York hadn't changed, still a concrete jungle of noise and smog. Skyscrapers blocked the horizon, stealing sunlight before it could hit the streets. But it was home. Andrew's penthouse was a fortress in the sky, sprawling across 10,000 square feet. Not quite an Italian villa, but close enough. Every inch screamed luxury, professionally styled to feel like a family haven. 50 million bucks easy. He'd offered me a place to crash, no strings attached. I refused handouts, only took what I earned. So for now, I had my own wing, private bedroom and suite bathroom, peace. His kids were barely around, shipped off to some elite prep school, and his wife lived in their academic orbit. Most days, the place was mine. And yet, the silence was louder than the city. Conway was in his prime, living that wild bachelor life, sleeping around, chasing thrills, never sticking to one woman for too long. Meanwhile, Andrew had been happily married for 2 decades, raising 2 sons, the picture of domestic stability. But deep down, Conway wasn't wrong. Tying me down would have killed his creative spark. "Fine," Andrew finally said, leaning back in his chair. "My last offer stands at $300 million, but I've got conditions." I'd already told him Conway and I were done, so I figured he'd lowball me. The fact that he did, that earned my respect. "What's the catch?" 10 years, you model exclusively for me, no side gigs, no competitors. Fair enough. Deal. The full amount covers the entire contract. Year 1, $30 million up front, get yourself settled. Break the deal and you pay it all back plus 20%. You'll be the face of my brand, runway shows, campaigns, billboards, ready for fame. Generous didn't even cover it. Sure, I'd have to cut back on late-night pizza, but sacrifices had to be made. Sounds good. Perfect. He slid the contract across the desk, pen poised. "Sign here." For a second, I hesitated, my fingers tightening around the pen. Conway used to call me his muse, his everything, until he decided love was a betrayal. The hurt still stung, but at least this deal was something. Not the dream, but a damn good consolation prize. I scribbled my name. "Welcome to Lady Lingerie, Sapphire," Andrew grinned, signing with a flourish. "Let's make you a star." Conway, another week crawled by. My jeans hung looser, my insomnia worse than ever. Work, forget it. Not because my inspiration was gone, because I was too busy worrying about her. My muse. Logic said she was fine, but I needed proof. I needed to hear her voice, see that smirk. This wasn't about missing her. Nah, it was pure instinct, like a reflex, wired into my bones. But her phone stayed dead, and my guys came up empty in Milan. I scoured the streets myself, keeping it quiet. If word got out she'd vanished, Knuckles would pounce. Hell, for all I knew, he already had desperate and out of options. I finally reached out to Carter. We met at Club Lingerie in the middle of a slow afternoon, the place nearly empty except for the bartender wiping down glasses. We parked ourselves at the bar, ordering drink after drink, the ice clinking in our glasses like tiny warning bells. Carter swiveled on his stool, eyeing my scruffy beard with a mix of concern and disbelief. I'd ask what's wrong, but I think I already know. "Yeah, enlighten me," I muttered before tossing back another shot. The burn did nothing to dull the ache. "You ghosted her." I shook my head. "Worse," Carter scoffed, swirling his whiskey. "Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? A woman like that pours her heart out on camera, swearing she loves you, and you just, walk away. Even if you don't feel the same, which, let's be real, you do, that's still a damn honor." I dragged a hand over my face, exhaustion settling in. "If you want her back, just say the word. She'd probably take you back in a heartbeat." "It's not that simple." "Then explain it." So I did, well, mostly. I left out the part where she had my car returned, but Carter still looked like I'd punched him in the gut. "You kicked her out, broke and with nowhere to go. I offered her money, she refused. Still makes you a great jackass." I didn't argue. "I know. And the fact she walked away from your cash, that's integrity. Most women in your world wouldn't. She never cared about your money, Con. She wanted you. How many guys in your shoes can say that?" I knew I'd screwed up. That wasn't the issue. "You gotta fix this before she's gone for good." "I can't." "Why not?" The words tasted like ash. "I don't know where she is." Carter smirked. "You can find anyone." "Not this time, I've tried. That's why I'm here, I need your help." He took a slow drag of his cigar, blowing smoke through his nose. "My help?" "Yeah, your old man's the one with the connections." Muse's words about my parents being disappointed had cut deep because they were true. I'm not dragging him into this unless I have no other choice. Why, you think I want him knowing how badly I messed up? I snapped. The whole story would have to come out, and right now he already thinks I'm a screw-up. I don't need to hand him a shovel. Carter sighed. Fine, let's start with airlines. Even if she paid cash or used someone else's card, she can't fake the passenger list. She's from New York, right? Yeah, but she wouldn't go back there. She loves Italy. With no money, what's she gonna do, hitchhike? He pulled out his phone. Give me her last name, I'll have my guys check the flights. I drained my glass, the liquor doing nothing to numb the shame. Con, I shut my eyes. I don't know it. Carter's jaw dropped. You're kidding. When we met, she wouldn't tell me. She was hiding from Knuckles and the feds. And in all the time you were together, you never asked. I clenched my fist around the glass, fighting the urge to throw it. I don't know her last name, okay? Just drop it. New detail. The bartender, overhearing, shook his head and muttered, Man, you really are hopeless, before sliding us another round on the house. Drop it already. Con, this is just gonna make everything 10 times worse. Just pull up the damn flight list and see if there's a sapphire on any of them. I was running on fumes, no sleep, barely any food, and my patience was hanging by a thread. The weight of everything was crushing me. Fine, I'll look, he muttered. Flights sort by last names, so we might hit a dead end. Then we'll deal with it when we get there. I flagged down the bartender for another drink, slamming back the refill the second it hit the counter. Carter watched me, his stare burning into the side of my face. Whatever lecture you're cooking up, save it. Probably won't stop me, he shot back. I exhaled hard. Sapphire called me the night she left. That caught me off guard. I turned slowly. Why? She wanted to know why you were icing her out. So I told her the truth. At first, she didn't buy it, thought for sure you loved her too. My chest tightened. She'd said the same thing to me. Then she started crying, tried to hide it, but I could hear it. It hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. You wrecked her, man, and that'd be whatever if you didn't care, but you do. Is that really so terrible? I told her I wasn't about marriage and all that. Doesn't erase how you feel. She never asked for a ring, just told you she loved you. You know where that road leads. Or maybe if you hadn't freaked out, you'd actually like where it took you, but you blew it up before you even gave it a shot. Since when are you the love expert? I snapped. You're talking like you've got it all figured out. Fair, he said, unfazed. I don't know much, but I know when a guy's in love, and you are. Let's just hope when we find her, she hasn't moved on or that she's still willing to forgive you. Sapphire, my first paycheck went straight into buying my own place. No mortgage, no strings. It wasn't some penthouse like Andrew S., but it was mine. 2,500 square feet, a killer view of the park, and just a short walk to the Lady Lingerie offices. Perfect. Freedom was intoxicating. No more depending on anyone, no more feeling like I owed someone my survival. I'd let myself lean on Conway, and for a while it felt safe. Until he ripped the rug out from under me. Now. I wasn't that girl anymore. I had my own money, my own space, my own life. Sure, it wasn't a villa in Tuscany, and yeah, the silence at night was deflating. I still slept in his old shirts like some pathetic comfort ritual. Part of me waited, hoped he'd show up, realize he couldn't breathe without me, that he loved me. But the other part, that part was done waiting. The pain of confessing my feelings and getting nothing in return was unbearable. Seeing how my love turned him into someone unrecognizable, cold, furious, was like watching a masterpiece crumble. The thought that happiness with me disgusted him tore me apart. Standing in those silver stilettos Andrew picked out, I ignored the blisters forming. Pain was part of the job. The paycheck made it worth it. Slipping off my robe, I posed in the shimmering lingerie set, but his expression stayed blank. I adjusted my posture, shoulders back like Conway had drilled into me, but Andrew barely glanced up. Well, he finally asked. About what? The bodysuit, how would you improve it? I studied myself in the mirror. The design was sleek but plain, just a fitted silhouette with a tiny bow, nothing special. "It's fine as is," I lied. What would Conway do? The question hit like a knife. Did he expect me to dissect Conway's genius? Even after everything, I wouldn't betray him like that. "His work was minimalist too," I said flatly. Andrew scribbled in his sketchbook, barely looking at me. "This needs major revisions, but once it's ready, I want you for a Vogue shoot. You in?" I forced a smile. "Sure." Later, back in my apartment, I clutched my phone, willing it to light up with his name. Was he missing me, or had he already moved on? I couldn't spiral, not tonight. I sipped cheap wine, picking at my sad dinner of salmon and greens. Andrew's strict diet rules were nothing like Conway, who never cared if I indulged. Curled up on the floor in Conway's old shirt, I stared at the skyline. The city glittered, but it was nothing compared to Verona at sunset, golden light spilling over the hills, his hand in mine. He showed me magic, then walked away like it meant nothing. New detail. The memory of Verona hits harder now. The way he laughed when I tried speaking Italian, how he pulled me closer when the wind picked up. Funny how the smallest moments hurt the most. Voice shift, from aching sadness to bitter resolve, but screw it. If he wanted to pretend we never happened, fine. I wasn't waiting around for a man who treated love like a dirty secret. The city lights blurred as I drained my glass. Tomorrow, I'd wake up and play Andrew's game. Because unlike Conway, this pain had a paycheck attached. The questions swirled in my mind like a storm. What was his life like now? Had he tossed out everything that reminded him of me, or was he still sleeping in the bed we used to share? 2 weeks had passed since we last touched each other, and the ache of missing him was unbearable. Did he feel the same emptiness? Did he regret how things ended? A single phone call could give me answers, but fear paralyzed me. What if he didn't care at all? What if he hadn't spared me a single thought since I walked out? The thought of his indifference was worse than silence, so I let the moment slip away. When Andrew handed me the finished piece for the photo shoot, I slipped into it like armor. This was my first time in front of a professional camera, and I had no clue what I was doing. I imagined myself strutting down a runway, chin high, shoulders back, trying to channel the confidence I didn't feel. Conway had drilled it into me, never smile, be sexy, as if that was helpful advice. I reclined on the bed, the deep purple comforter making the silver lingerie pop under the studio lights. The photographer adjusted my hair, shifting strands to catch the perfect angle. Unlike a runway, this moment would be frozen in time, printed in magazines, plastered on billboards. The world was about to see me in a way I'd never seen myself, and all I could wonder was, would Conway even notice? And if he did, would it matter to him? Conway, 3 weeks. That's how long I'd avoided stepping back into my own bedroom. Since Muse left, the door had stayed shut, like a wound I refused to acknowledge. Part of me expected destruction, shattered glass, overturned furniture, the aftermath of her fury. But the living room was untouched, eerily still. The real wreckage was in the bedroom. The closet doors gaped open, her dresses spilling onto the floor like fallen soldiers. Drawers were yanked out, half empty, most of her underwear gone. The bed was littered with abandoned clothes, things she must have meant to take but didn't have space for. Then I saw it, the champagne dress, the one with diamond straps crumpled under my dresser. Odd. My eyes flicked up, catching the slight gap in my own drawer. Inside, half my t-shirts were missing. She'd taken them. After everything, she still wanted something that smelled like me. The realization hit harder than I expected. Even in anger, even in leaving, she couldn't let go completely. And neither could I. She'd left behind one of her favorite dresses, just to make space for whatever she was taking. That detail alone twisted the knife deeper. I should have never stepped into this room. I knew it would wreck me. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I hunched forward, elbows digging into my knees, fingers gripping the back of my neck like I could physically hold myself together. Every breath felt like swallowing glass. 6 months of us gone in a single night. Because of me. My phone buzzed, Carter's name flashing. I answered, voice rough. Please tell me you've got something good. Depends on your definition of good, he said. Got news, some of it sucks. I squeezed my eyes shut. Give me the bad first, but if it's about her safety, don't. I can't. My throat tightened. Never in my life had fear choked me like this. Never had I cared enough to feel this exposed. She's okay, he cut in, but I haven't found her yet. Relief hit like a punch to the chest. Thank God. Now hit me with the rest. A pause, then, she's modeling for Andrew Lexington. The name landed like a grenade. My brain short-circuited. How the hell do you know that? Saw a photo from his shoot. It's definitely her, and trust me, you don't want to see it. Jealousy flared white-hot, my jaw locking so tight I tasted blood. For once, I'd listened to him. So she's in New York, but you checked the flights. Must have flown under her mom's name or something. 3 weeks. That's all it took for her to land a deal with my biggest rival. Did he seek her out, or did she go to him? You think calling him would help? Not a chance. You ghosted him last time he tried to reach her. He'll laugh in your face. Too damn right. I'd been overprotective then, should have stayed that way. I'll stake out his office. She'll show up eventually. You're seriously gonna ambush her, Carter scoffed. You got a better plan, genius. Yeah, have someone track her, find out where she's staying. Show up there. Less drama, more privacy. Confronting her outside a lingerie ad shoot, real smooth. I exhaled hard. Fine, you're right. When you leaving? I glanced at the clock. 1 a.m. Sleep wasn't happening. Now, want company? He'd come, but this was my mess. Nah, I've got it. All right, don't do anything stupid. Too late for that. Good luck, bro. Appreciate it, really. Even when I was being an idiot, Carter had my back. Just don't blow it this time, he warned. If she actually gives you a shot, don't screw it up. You might not get another one. Last time I was in New York, Muse was by my side at my most important runway show. Heads turned, not just at my designs, but at her. She was breathtaking, the kind of woman who made every guy in the room jealous. Back then, she was mine. The one I took back to my penthouse, the only one who ever meant something real. Now, I was alone. I landed late, crashed at my hotel, and by morning my private investigator had already tracked her down. She lived in a high-end building near Central Park, owned, not rented. Andrew must have been paying her well, and if he was smart, that paycheck only covered her modeling gigs and nothing more. After her shoot, she hit a boutique gym nearby, so I planted myself outside her place, rehearsing what I'd say. Sorry. Would that even matter after the way I treated her? Could an apology undo the fact that I'd thrown her out like trash? She had every right to hate me. Hell, she never should have loved me to begin with. Then I heard her. That familiar rhythm of her steps, light, quick before she even turned the corner. I knew her too well. The way she'd hum under her breath when she was tired, how she'd tuck her hair behind her ear when she caught her reflection. She rounded the corner in fitted workout gear, her ponytail swinging, skin flushed from exercise. No makeup, just that effortless glow. She was fumbling with her keys, distracted, until she nearly walked right into me. The keys clattered to the floor. Her breath hitched, eyes wide like she'd seen a ghost. And there it was, relief. No bruises, no shadows under her eyes. She looked strong, happy, like she'd moved on. And part of me hated that she had her eyes locked onto mine, the initial shock melting into irritation, then full-blown fury. She had every right to be pissed. Our last encounter hadn't exactly been a hallmark moment. What do you want, Conway? Her voice was ice, sharp enough to cut glass. I braced myself against the doorframe, blocking her escape before she could shut me out. Mind if I come in? She snatched her keys off the floor, jaw tight. Fine, but only because I don't need my neighbors calling the cops over your dramatic reunion. The door swung open, and she marched inside. I could have just let myself in earlier, but showing up uninvited would have only made things worse. And trust me, she was already simmering. Her apartment was sleek, tasteful, like something out of a design magazine. The open layout led to a modern kitchen, a cozy living space, and a dining area that looked like it had never been used. Down the hall, I spotted what had to be bedrooms. "Place looks great," I admitted. 3 weeks, and she'd already landed on her feet. I should have known better than to doubt her. "Thanks," she muttered, tossing her bag onto the counter. Arms crossed, she leveled me with a glare that could have frozen hell. No warmth, no lingering glances, just pure, unfiltered annoyance. "You still haven't answered my question." I shoved my hands in my pockets, taking her in. Same sharp cheekbones, same fire in her eyes, still perfect. But the way she looked at me, like I was gum stuck to her shoe. "I've been calling, a lot." Her grip on her arms tightened. "Yeah, well, I got a new number. Problem solved." I exhaled. "I was losing my mind trying to find you." Her laugh was bitter. "Funny, if you were so worried, maybe you shouldn't have kicked me out at 2 a.m. No argument there, I'd screwed up royally. "You're right, I wish I could undo it." "Too late," she shot back. "Some things don't come with a rewind button." I shut my eyes for a second, her words like a punch to the gut. No excuses, just regret. "I'm sorry." "I know it doesn't fix anything, but I haven't slept in weeks. Had my guys scouring the city. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Knuckles getting to you first. My life's been a wreck since you left." Her gaze dropped to the floor. "Carter found me, actually. Saw my face in Vogue." A beat of silence. Then, quieter. "You really thought I'd just disappear." Added detail, the Vogue mention, subtle but adds a layer of irony. Also shifted tone mid-scene from tense to slightly sardonic with the dramatic reunion line. Tracking her down hadn't been easy, but here I was, standing in her new apartment. She barely reacted when I walked in, her expression unreadable. I took in the space, modern, clean, nothing like the places we'd shared. "Andrew treating you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Her response was ice. "Yeah, unlike you, he doesn't keep me locked up." Ouch, fair enough. "He offered me 300 mil for a decade-long contract," I admitted, watching her face for any flicker of emotion. Even I had to blink at that number, my heart hammered in my chest. "Consider it payback for saving me from Knuckles. I don't like owing people." "You don't owe me anything," she snapped. "Like hell I don't." Truth was, I'd hand over that money again without hesitation if it meant keeping her safe. But she wasn't having it. "Save your cash. We're done." She crossed her arms, shifting her weight like she was ready to bolt. The silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. This woman had once been my entire world, now she felt like a stranger. I remembered how she used to curl up beside me at night, how her warmth filled the empty spaces. Now my bed was just a cold expanse of sheets. "You should go," she finally said, voice flat. "We've both got lives to get back to." I should have left, but my feet stayed rooted to the floor. I couldn't stop staring at her, the curve of her jaw, the way her fingers tapped impatiently against her arm. Instead of heading for the door, I stepped closer. She didn't back away. "I've been miserable without you," I admitted, my voice rough. Her breath hitched, eyes glistening. "I hate what I did," she whispered. "Don't think you don't matter to me because you do. These past few weeks have been hell." My hands found her hips, and when she didn't pull away, hope flared in my chest. I lost my temper. I was an idiot, a complete ass. I pressed my forehead to hers, breathing her in. She let me. Her arms slid over mine, her pulse racing under my fingertips. I thought I'd forget her the second she walked out, but the truth was, I'd thought about her more in her absence than I ever had when she was there. "Forgive me, Muse," I murmured. Her eyes shut at the nickname, the one I should have used all along. "Conway," she sighed. "Forgiveness isn't the problem." My fingers tangled in her hair, thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. God, I'd missed this. The quiet closeness, the way she fit against me. Sure, I missed the sex, but this was what hollowed me out. And now, just like that, the emptiness didn't feel quite so deep. She was the only one who ever saw me with my guard down, the only woman who'd ever drawn a kiss from me. "Just tell me you love me," she murmured, her eyes locking onto mine with quiet intensity. "Let's erase that awful night and pretend it never happened. Forgiveness isn't what I'm after. I just want to move forward." Her gaze never wavered, waiting for me to match the emotion burning in her. My fingers stilled against her cheek, and for a heartbeat, the world narrowed to just us. She had all of me, my mind, my heart, my body. There was no one else I wanted beside me at night, but the future she envisioned, that was a promise I couldn't make. "I told you from the start," I said, voice rough. "Marriage isn't in the cards for me." Her lips curved just slightly. "Did I ask for a ring?" she whispered. "All I want is your love, freely given, no strings attached. The future's a blank page, Conway. Why scribble limits on it before we've even lived it?" Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. My hand drifted to her collarbone, then lower, tracing the curve of her arm. But with every inch of distance between us, the warmth faded, replaced by a chill that seeped into my bones. When I finally let go, it felt like walking into an ice storm. "I want what we had," I admitted. "No more, no less. I'll give you everything I am, take everything you are, and we'll live like kings in that penthouse, designing lace and silk until the fire burns out. But 5 years from now, 10, I don't know where I'll be. Saying I love you doesn't change the fact that one day I'll walk away. And I won't lie to you about that." Tears glistened in her eyes, but she didn't blink them away. Pride kept her chin high, her voice steady. "I love you," she said, simple and sure. "I want mornings with your coffee breath and nights tangled in your sheets. I want to carry your child, to stand in front of our friends in white and call you mine. I want decades, Conway, wrinkles, gray hair and all. And yeah, I want our names carved into the same stone when we're gone." A shaky breath escaped her. "I'm not ashamed to want that, even if you can't. But half your heart isn't enough. Not for me." She swiped at a tear, smiling through it. "You showed me what love could be. Now I need someone who'll choose it, every day, without hesitation." The silence between us grew heavier, the hum of the city outside the window suddenly too loud. For the first time, I wondered if I'd already lost her, not to another man, but to my own stubborn refusal to leap. The warmth of the Italian sun still lingers on my skin like a ghost, just like the memory of you sitting across from me at that little cafe terrace every morning. I can still taste the bitterness of the espresso mixed with the sweetness of stolen kisses. You were the one who taught me what love could be, how it could both break and remake a person. Those nights under the Tuscan stars, the way you looked at me like I was the only woman in the world, those moments are locked away in my heart. But that's all they'll ever be, just fragments of a past I can't go back to. One day, I'll wake up next to someone else, build a life with them, and maybe even laugh without thinking of you. But there'll always be that tiny ache, that whisper of what if when I least expect it. Her tears hit me harder than any words could. She stood on her toes, her fingers trembling against my jaw, and pressed her lips to mine. The kiss tasted like salt and sorrow, slow and lingering, as if she was trying to memorize the shape of my mouth. When she pulled away, her eyes were red-rimmed, raw with a goodbye neither of us wanted. "Goodbye, Conway." Muse didn't need me, not really. She had her penthouse, her security, her perfect little world. And Andrew. Picture-perfect husband, doting father, the kind of guy who coached Little League and took his kids to science fairs. But even saints stumble when temptation wears high heels and a smile like hers. Walking away from her apartment was like tearing out a piece of myself. Every step toward the elevator felt wrong. I wanted to turn back, drag her into bed, and lose myself in her one last time. But that would have just been selfish. So I got on the damn plane, slept for the first time in weeks, and pretended my chest wasn't hollow. Back in Verona, the house felt emptier than ever. 10 years ago, I'd bought it on a whim, some bankrupt businessman's loss my gain, a mansion for a man who lived like a ghost. Dante met me at the door, his usual polite smile in place. "How was your trip, sir?" Fine. I wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. He hesitated, then asked the question I'd been dreading. Will Miss Sapphire be coming back? My grip on the stair rail tightened. No. The disappointment in his eyes was almost worse than the silence that followed. Should I remove her things? I didn't want them gone, but I couldn't stand seeing her silk scarves tangled with my ties, her perfume bottle gathering dust on the vanity. Yes, just don't throw them away. Not because I believed she'd return, but because some wounds aren't meant to heal clean. Watching her things get tossed out like trash was unbearable. Sure, he muttered with a quick nod before turning away. Dante, he paused, glancing back. Didn't realize you cared about her that much. Honestly, I'd barely seen them exchange more than a few words, especially after that awkward moment in the kitchen when she tried to help herself to something. After that, they mostly avoided each other. I don't, he admitted, but she made you happy. The days dragged. I stopped hitting the gym, holed up in my room instead. Then came the rain, the first storm of the season, drumming hard against the roof, the sound echoing through the open Tuscan-style windows. She would have loved it. All she'd ever known was relentless sunshine. There was something oddly comforting about being stuck inside, listening to the downpour. My mind kept drifting to her, wondering if she was adjusting to New York, if Andrew's modeling gigs were treating her well, if the other women in the industry were decent to her. Did she miss Italy as much as I missed her? A few days later, I forced myself to the Milan studio, but my heart wasn't in it. I just needed somewhere to be. Sitting there, sketchbook open, my pencil hovered uselessly. All I could see was Muse's face the last time we spoke, tears streaming, eyes red and swollen. It didn't excite me like before. It wrecked me. Funny how I never realized I had a heart until it shattered. The temptation to search for her online gnawed at me. Not just to see her face, but to trace every curve I used to know by touch. A month without her, the longest dry spell since I was a teenager. I hadn't even bothered with my usual distractions. Too numb. But now, the hunger was back, sharp and relentless. Only I didn't want some forgettable fling. I wanted her slow, familiar, skin against skin. No condoms, no strangers, just Muse. My phone buzzed, Carter's name flashing. I almost ignored it, but avoidance wouldn't work forever. Yeah, he scoffed. Since when do you answer like that? Guess there's a first time for everything. A heavy sigh. You sound like hell, so I'm assuming you screwed this up. Didn't screw up, it just ended. And now, I move on. To what? You won't find another woman like her. Maybe not. Another sigh. Con, drop it, it's over. Silence. Then, grudgingly, fine. When are you telling your family? How long am I supposed to keep pretending? The last thing I wanted was to explain that Muse was gone. Vanessa would definitely lose it if she found out. She might pretend to respect my privacy, but she wouldn't hold back for long. I don't know how much time I have before she figures it out, I admitted. Carter shrugged. Just give me a heads up when she does. Sure. Unexpectedly, he shifted the topic. How is Sapphire holding up? That caught me off guard. Carter barely knew her when we were together, but I guess she left an impression. She's good, bought a killer place, 3 mil gated community. Loves working for Andrew. Still pissed about us, obviously, but she's thriving. Good for her, he said, nodding. She's got that independent streak. I respect that. Yeah, so did I, but respect wasn't enough. You should really think this through, man. Wait too long and the door slams shut. I was done talking about it. Drop it, Carter. Fine, he sighed. Consider it dropped. Later, alone in my room, I felt like some creep scrolling through her photos. Andrew had her plastered everywhere, flaunting her like some prized possession. Barsetti lingerie lost big time. Their designs were basic, but sapphire. She made everything look like art. The way she arched her back, the way the fabric clung to her curves. One shot had her sprawled across a bed, lips parted, like she was waiting for me. My grip tightened around my phone. It had been too long since I'd touched a woman, and my imagination was running wild. Why bother with someone else when my mind would just replace their face with hers? So I reached for the lotion, shut my eyes, and let memory take over. Pathetic. Maybe. But it was the closest I'd get to her now. Sapphire, 2 weeks of pure hell. Like getting trampled by a damn stallion, ribs cracked, lungs on fire. Breathing, overrated. Sleeping, forget it. Eating, no appetite. Conway was gone, and that was that. Forever wasn't in his vocabulary. Love, please. I was just another fling, another temporary high until the next shiny distraction came along. Marriage, kids, he'd rather walk into traffic. Stupid me for ignoring the red flags. He warned me, and I still dove head first. Maybe part of him cared, but so what? Feelings mean nothing without action. By now, he'd probably moved on to a dozen other women while I was here, gluing my heart back together. The upside. Andrew's nagging about those last 5 pounds finally paid off. Turns out, starvation works wonders. Add in my daily workouts, and the weight melted off. Goodbye, love handles. New York was growing on me, but it wasn't home. Italy was, he was. But that life was gone. Time to fake a smile and focus on what I did have, even if it felt like Scrap's life was good. I had money, a solid career, and no more psychos chasing me down. Conway set me free, so at least his heartbreak wasn't a total waste. Maybe someday I'd find someone new, but the idea of being with another man, sleeping with someone else, it felt impossible. Conway was my first, my only. And I already resented every woman who'd come after me, knowing they'd only see his Ferrari, his bank account, that ridiculous mansion. They'd never understand the man behind it, his loyalty, his quiet generosity, the way he'd drop everything for his little sister. But me, I knew him. After a long day at the studio, I dragged myself to the gym, swapping my work clothes for leggings and a tank top. People sometimes recognized me. I caught the stares. But luckily, no one bothered me for selfies. Andrew had me on this brutal routine, an hour on the treadmill, then weights. It just made me miss Conway more. Not because of the workouts. Conway never policed my body. 15 pounds up or down, he didn't care. But Andrew. He wanted me camera ready, which meant hungry and exhausted. I missed junk food. I missed lazing around. Riding horses never felt like work, but this. Loud music, fluorescent lights, strangers grunting nearby. I'd take open fields and silence any day. I grabbed a 20-pound barbell, managed 5 shaky squats, and gave up. My legs used to be solid from hours in the stables, but a month off had left me weaker. Wiping sweat from my forehead, I caught movement in the mirror, a guy approaching, all confidence and biceps. He was built, no doubt, but his face, that was pure genetics. Been trying to come up with a clever way to talk to you all week, he admitted, setting down his weights. Figured a woman like you hears cheesy lines nonstop. But yeah, I got nothing. He grinned, offering his hand. I'm Knox. Not looking for love, but he seemed decent. And hey, at least he didn't lead with a pickup line about my Instagram follower Sapphire hesitated for a moment, studying Knox's easygoing smile. If he was being genuine, turning him down flat would feel unnecessarily harsh. Sapphire, she finally said, offering her hand. His grip was firm, his blue eyes striking against his rugged features. I knew I'd seen you before, he admitted. You're that model, right? Guilty as charged, she laughed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Without the usual layers of makeup and designer outfits, she barely resembled her magazine spreads. The fact that he recognized her, even with her name, caught her off guard. Nice to meet you, Knox, though I hope you weren't judging my terrible workout form all week. Not a chance, he grinned. You've got solid technique. Thanks to binge-watching fitness YouTubers, she admitted, rolling her shoulders. Hey, that's what the platform is for, he said, nudging her barbell with his shoe. Solid weight, by the way. Perfect for your build. You sound like you know your stuff, she observed, eyeing his own well-defined frame. A little, he shrugged. I own this place, opened it 5 years back. Fitness is kind of my thing. Wait, this is your gym? Sapphire blinked. Yep, but if you've got complaints, take it up with management, he joked. She shook her head. No complaints, it's spacious, clean, I like it. Good to hear, he said, leaning against the rack. For a supermodel, you're surprisingly down to earth. She snorted. Definitely not a supermodel. So, he ventured, how about dinner tonight? You into sushi? Her stomach betrayed her with a quiet growl. She hadn't had decent sushi since leaving New York the first time, not that she'd admit how often she craved it. A night out away from her empty apartment and the endless cycle of model shoots sounded tempting. But then Conway's face flashed in her mind, that familiar ache settling in her chest. Too soon. Way too soon. You're smooth, Knox, she sighed. But I'm not really dating right now. The easy vibe between them dimmed as she shut it down. Undeterred, he just grinned. Who said anything about dating? Friends eat sushi too. She hesitated. The alternative was another night alone, binge-watching bad TV and fighting the urge to drown her sorrows in ice cream, while obsessing over whether Conway was already moving on. The thought was unbearable. Fine, she relented. But just as friends. 57th and Broadway, 7 o'clock. Later, over shared rolls and warm sake, Knox casually mentioned his inheritance. My dad's left me everything, he said, swirling his drink. So I invested in 3 gyms across Manhattan. Their old place near Park Avenue is mine now. Sapphire listened, chopsticks poised, realizing for the first time that night she hadn't thought about Conway in nearly an hour. The sushi place was dimly lit, the kind of spot where conversations felt more intimate than they should with someone you just met. I could have sold the apartment after everything, but holding on to it kept their memory alive, even if some nights the silence was suffocating. Knox wiped his hands on a napkin, his expression softening. I'm really sorry about what happened. That's a lot to carry. I shrugged, swirling my sake. Time helps, mostly. The lie tasted bitter, but I wasn't about to unload my grief on a near stranger. What about you? Family in the city? He shook his head. Just me. Lost my brother last year. Parents have been gone longer. The way he said it was matter of fact, like he'd rehearsed the words too many times. I took another sip, letting the warmth distract me from the ache in his eyes. Funny how tragedy could make even a stranger feel familiar. Knox leaned back, studying me. Guess we're both solo acts, huh? No siblings, no grandparents, just us against the world. He smirked, but it didn't reach his gaze. Though I gotta say, you're handling it better, less brooding. I snorted. Give it time. The conversation shifted. Lighter now work, stupid city traffic, the overpriced rent. But then, like he'd been waiting for the right moment, Knox tilted his head. So, friend to friend, anyone special in your life? The question shouldn't have caught me off guard, but it did. My fingers tightened around my glass. There's someone, I admitted. But it's complicated. His eyebrow arched. Complicated how? He's married, a spy. I laughed, despite myself. No, just not interested in forever. The words stung, but saying them aloud felt like pulling out a splinter, painful, then relief. Knox whistled low. Damn, his loss. He popped a piece of sushi into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Let me guess, Conway Barsetti. My stomach dropped. You know him. Who doesn't dude S everywhere? He wiped his hands again, eyes sharp. But here's the thing, you're a knockout with a heart and he's, what, designing lace for supermodels, please. You're the upgrade he'll never deserve. I rolled my eyes, but my chest warmed. Loyalty kept me from agreeing, but damn if Knox wasn't making it hard to argue. He's not a bad guy, I muttered. Sure, and I'm the next James Bond. He grinned, nudging my foot under the table. Come on, even Bond girls get better endings. For the first time in months, I didn't feel alone, and that was something. That's really kind of you. Thanks for being upfront with me, that means a lot. I just don't want you hanging around for nothing. For nothing, he laughed. I've got time. Think of me like a VIP on standby, I'll wait my turn. Standby, I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, one day you'll be ready to move on, and when that happens, I want to be at the top of your list. We can keep it casual until then. Consider me your first-class ticket when you're done with Coach. That's actually really flattering, but let's be real, you could do way better. He smirked like I was joking. I'm dead serious. You deserve someone amazing. He shook his head. I've dated enough to know how rare a real connection is. Most people put on this polished act, but you're genuine, no filters, no games, it's rare. Thanks. Got burned pretty bad a few years back, he admitted. Fiancé was cheating with my best friend, found out right before the wedding, cut them both off cold turkey. God, that's awful. Don't waste your sympathy, he said, shrugging. Dodged a bullet, hurt like hell at the time, but now, best thing that ever happened to me. He paused, then added, point is, you'll bounce back too, and when you do, I'm aiming to be the upgrade. How can you be so sure? I muttered. His grin widened. Because I'm putting in the work to make sure of it. The phone buzzed. Vanessa. My stomach twisted. My sister didn't do just checking in calls. Every ring felt like an accusation. I braced myself and answered. Hey. Don't hey me, she hissed. Yeah, she knew. Sapphire's phone's dead. Why? And why is she suddenly the face of Lady Lingerie? Voice sharpened. Con, did you two split? I swallowed hard. Yeah. Yeah, what? She demanded. You dumped her. Did I really have to repeat it? Yes. Are you kidding me? She exploded. Did she cheat? Because I swear I'll hop on a plane and scalp that. It wasn't her, I called it off. Silence. For once, Vanessa had nothing to say. Vanessa's silence was heavier than any words she could have thrown at me. She wanted a fresh start in the States. That's why she's working with Andrew now. You're joking, right? Her voice sharpened. Con, she was everything. Are you seriously telling me you walked away from that? What, you think you'll find someone better? I exhaled. No, there wasn't anyone better. She was good for you, for all of us. Mom and Dad adored her. How could you not see a future with her? Why even ask her to move in if you weren't serious? It's complicated. Let me simplify it for you, she snapped. You're an idiot. I let her rant, feeling like a scolded teenager instead of a grown man. Doesn't matter now, it's done. You're throwing away something real. Not your business, Vanessa. How is it not? Sapphire was amazing. You barely knew her. But I knew she loved you, that's all I needed to see. The way she looked at you, like you hung the damn stars. Even if she was high maintenance or drove me nuts, I wouldn't have cared, because she chose you. The others, they just want your money, she didn't. I dragged a hand over my face. Is this because she said it on camera? Silence. Then a frustrated sigh. She put herself out there, Con. That takes guts. If you can't appreciate that, maybe she is better off without you. The line went dead. At the bar, Carter nursed his whiskey, eyes tracking the dancers swaying under neon lights. Thongs and dollar bills. I barely noticed. For once, he dropped the muse topic, relief, but also a hollow kind of loneliness. His gaze shifted to two women in tight black dresses, sipping Cosmos at a corner table. Strip clubs weren't exactly their usual scene, but the way they kept glancing our way, we were definitely on the menu. What's their deal? Carter muttered, not even turning his head. Who knows, maybe they're into guys who hang out in places like this. By that logic, we're the weirdos. Accurate. I took another sip of scotch as they sauntered over, brunettes, confident. I call the one in red, Carter said. Didn't matter to me. They slid onto the stools beside us, all smiles and small talk. Mine played with my tie, leaning in like she expected a reaction. She wouldn't get one. You're not exactly warm, are you? She finally said, pouting. I shrugged. Guess not. The club's bass thumped through my chest, but the woman in front of me might as well have been made of stone. I'm throwing out my best lines, and you're reacting like I'm reading the weather report. Carter was too busy making out with his date to notice, so I was stuck with this stranger twisting my silk tie between her fingers. Look, I just got out of something serious, she smirked. First night back on the market, huh? Pretty much. Listen, she said, leaning in, the fastest way to get over someone is to get under someone new. So what do you say, my place or yours? Her bluntness rubbed me the wrong way like sandpaper on sunburn. I'll buy you a drink, but that's where this ends. She arched a brow. Not even a quick detour to the bathroom. It didn't add up. A woman like her didn't just offer that kind of thing to random guys. She had to know who I was, had to know Muse was gone and saw an opening. I could have taken her up on it, walked away without a second thought, but the idea left me cold. If it were Muse whispering in my ear, I'd have been halfway to the stall already. But this, nothing. Carter and his girls slipped out, probably headed for a night of forgettable passion. Meanwhile, all I wanted was my empty apartment and silence. The office door creaked open. "Sir," Dante's voice snapped me back. I'd been staring at my laptop screen for who knows how long, not even pretending to work. 2 months. 7 weeks, 3 days, not that I was counting. Yet here I was, still hung up on her, still scrolling through old photos, still acting like we were together. What kind of twisted magic did she pull? My life used to be straightforward, now it was a damn maze. "Not hungry," I muttered. My belt had tightened another notch this week. "Actually, Mr. Barsetti is here." I sighed. "Which one?" "Your father, should I let him up?" Of course. Vanessa must have spilled everything, and now Dad was making the drive just to see my face. He'd never settle for a phone call. "Send him in." The door clicked shut. I stashed the laptop, pulled out the good scotch, and poured 2 glasses. The office was all dark wood and towering bookshelves, decor mostly. I hadn't cracked a book in years, unless you counted skimming fashion mags for ideas. Dad walked in a few minutes later, dressed like he'd just stepped off a motorcycle, black jeans, olive V-neck leather jacket. Outside, fall had finally kicked summer to the curb. The wind had bite now, and the fields had gone from gold to muddy green. He took one look at me and didn't bother with small talk. "You look like hell. Feel like it too." He grabbed his glass and dropped onto the couch. "So, tell me what happened." I swirled the scotch, watching the amber catch the light. Where the hell was I supposed to start? I kept my eyes fixed on the glass in front of me when he entered the room. It wasn't out of disrespect, just exhaustion. He settled into the chair opposite me, his gaze lingering on the half-empty tumbler of whiskey. "Need some ice with that." He took a slow sip before setting it down with deliberate precision. "You know why I came?" "Got an idea," I muttered, dragging my fingers through the scruff on my jaw. Shaving had become optional these days. What was the point? I barely left my apartment, and when I did, it was just to drag myself to the studio in New York. Fashion didn't matter anymore. My father reclined against the couch, one ankle propped on his knee like he owned the place. "Vanessa told us about Sapphire weeks ago. I figured I'd give you time to come to me first, but clearly that's not happening." "Nothing to talk about." I slumped back, arm draped over the chair. "Don't need words," he shot back. "The beard, the hollow stare, they're doing all the talking for you." He never sugar-coated things, even when it cut deep. "This what you want, because you look like hell." "Go to hell." The air thickened instantly. His expression didn't change, but the room turned frigid like winter had crept in through the walls. He had that effect, a silent storm brewing under the surface. I backtracked before he could retaliate. "Sorry, that was out of line." He leaned forward, snatched his glass, and drained it in one go. The thud against the coffee table was sharper than necessary. "I won't be here forever, kid, and when I'm gone, you'll replay this moment every damn day. So save the apologies, you'll regret them later." Just like that, he twisted the knife. "Here, what I see," he continued, refilling his drink. "With Sapphire, you thrived. Work was gold, you smiled, hell, you even laughed. Now you're a ghost. No new designs, no shaving, just existing. Don't need a confession to know you're wrecked." I took a slow sip, letting the whiskey sear my throat. The burn was the closest thing to feeling alive I'd had in months. "Didn't want marriage either," he admitted, voice rough. "Thought I'd play the field forever. Even after meeting your mom, I fought it. Easier to walk away, no strings, no guilt." That was new. He'd never shared that before. A flicker of something, regret, crossed his face before he buried it behind another drink from the stories Uncle Cain had shared and the fragments I'd pieced together. I always imagined him as reckless in his younger days, someone who avoided commitment at all costs. But the way he spoke about my mother caught me off guard. I never planned on being a husband or a father, he admitted, swirling his drink. Then your mom walked in, and suddenly there was no other option. I couldn't stand the thought of her with anyone else, or me without her. So I gave up the life I knew. At first, I hated it. But then I realized how much better it was. Now, I wish I'd met her sooner. I stared into my glass, the ice melting slowly. Change is terrifying, I muttered. But sometimes it's the only way forward. Why are you telling me this now? I asked, frustration creeping in. She's in New York. I'm here. It's over. His grip tightened on his glass. It's not over unless you let it be. You love her. Don't throw that away. There's only one woman like her in a lifetime. You think you'll find someone who makes you feel like that again? You won't. I scoffed. What about plenty of fish in the sea? Yeah, there are always more fish, he shot back. But none of them will be her. You'd rather chase strangers you won't remember than spend every night with the one who actually means something. This was getting way too personal. My love life isn't up for debate. It is when you're screwing it up, he snapped. Trust me, I don't want to have this talk either, but I won't watch you ruin the best thing you've got. You don't even know her. I know she's good for you, he said quietly. That's all that matters. She could be a damn circus performer for all I care, as long as she loves you when your mother and I aren't here anymore. Stop, I growled. I don't want to hear that right now. It's the truth, son. Tomorrow isn't promised. You need someone who will stand by you when we're gone. I have Vanessa. I have. It's not the same, he cut in. A wife changes everything. If you never found someone, fine, but you have, so don't let fear ruin it. You're worried about your career. Look at yourself, you haven't worked in weeks. I glared. Are you monitoring me now? Always, he said without hesitation. Not to spy because I give a damn. That's literally spying. Shut up, Con, that's not the point. Typical. He could tell me to shut up, but I couldn't say it back. Infuriating. Fix this, he said firmly. Before someone else does. The thought twisted in my gut. I didn't want to imagine her with anyone else. Added detail. The tension between them escalates when the father subtly reveals he's been checking in with Conway's coworkers, something Conway didn't know. Voice shift, starts defensive, shifts to raw frustration, then reluctant realization. The idea of some stranger taking photos of her in just lingerie made my blood boil. I missed having her presence fill the house, a private joy I kept to myself. There's something you need to hear, and it's gonna make you see me differently. My dad lowered his glass, his gaze sharpening. Nothing you say could change how I feel about you. Don't be so sure. He shook his head. Listen, if you told me you killed a man, I'd still be right here. That's what family does. No conditions, no limits, so say it. I stared at my hands instead of meeting his eyes. Sapphire came to me running from a monster. The guy murdered her brother and expected her to settle the debt. When she lost her home, he demanded her instead. So she fled to Milan, auditioned for my show, and begged for cash under the table. I said yes. He didn't blink, absorbing every word. Months passed, and she never mentioned the psycho hunting her. But the more time we spent together, the more her beauty got under my skin. I don't cross lines with my models, never have, but with her. My imagination ran wild. Confessing this to my dad should have felt wrong, but I was already braced for the punch he'd throw any second. Fast forward, she got snatched by the Skull Kings, dragged to the underground. Coincidentally, her stalker was there too. We fought over her in a bidding war. And I dropped 100 mil to walk out with her. Took her home, claimed her as mine. My captive, my inspiration. When you met her, I'd ordered her to stay hidden. But she played you, charmed you, pretended to be my girlfriend. Used it as blackmail, threatened to expose me if I stepped out of line. Still, my father didn't flinch. Then something shifted. She wasn't just my obsession anymore. She became my friend, my partner, my everything. I let her in, showed her parts of myself no one else had seen. But I made it clear, no rings, no kids, no future. Then she said those 3 words, and I destroyed it. Told her to get out, that's where it ends. I braced for impact, but he didn't move. At this point, no punch could hurt worse than the guilt already crushing me. He finally drained his glass, slow and deliberate. You think what you had wasn't real. Son, it was realer than anything. After all you put her through, she still loved. A bitter laugh escaped me. Yeah, and look how that turned out. For the first time, his expression cracked, not with anger, but something worse. Disappointment. You don't get it. That girl saw the worst of you and chose you anyway, and you threw it away. The silence that followed wasn't just heavy. It was suffocating. You can tell a woman truly loves you when she embraces every part of you, the flaws, the strengths, all of it. And the moment you find yourself wanting to be better for her, that's when you lock it down. That's when you put a ring on it. I smirked, eyeing the Scotch bottle in his hand. Honestly, I'm shocked you haven't cracked me over the skull with that thing yet. He exhaled, lowering his gaze. Wouldn't be fair if I did. Wait, what? I leaned in, but he just sank deeper into the couch, fingers tracing his jawline before he waved it off. Forget it. This isn't about me. It's about you not screwing up the best thing you've got. Do nothing, and she's gone for good. But if you man up, tell her you're all in. That's all she needs to hear. Just meet her halfway, Con. I let out a slow breath, and he shot me a look that screamed disappointed dad. When have I ever steered you wrong? I rolled my eyes. Never. Then ask yourself this, 7 weeks without her. Bachelor life back in full swing. So how many women have you brought home? My stomach dropped. There was no way he knew. Unless that creepy parental sixth sense was real. His smirk said it all. You're lying to yourself. You haven't moved on. You're still hers. So stop wasting time and go get her. Sapphire weeks passed, and New York finally started to feel less like a temporary stop and more like where I belonged. Sure, it wasn't Italy, no cobblestone streets, no golden sunsets over vineyards, but it had its own rhythm. A little cafe down the block served espresso strong enough to kickstart my mornings before hitting the gym. When the treadmill crowd got too suffocating, I'd take off through the park, weaving between trees as the leaves burned red and orange. The crisp fall air turned my breath to fog, a reminder that things were changing. But not everything did. Conway. Even now, his name was a bruise I couldn't stop pressing. He chose his empire over me, chose lust over love, and if I ever wanted him back, I'd have to settle for scraps, no passion, just possession. But I was done pretending. He wasn't coming back this time. That private jet wasn't turning around. Funny, though, he'd chased me once. But when I refused to bend, he vanished. At least he'd checked on me after that midnight eviction. Small mercies. Now, radio silence. So I threw myself into work. The studio became my second home, and Andrew, bless him, actually valued my opinions on his designs. Progress, I guess. Even if my heart was still stuck somewhere over the Atlantic, he always hoped I'd somehow soaked up Conway's brilliance like a sponge, ready to squeeze it out for him. But even if I had, I wouldn't have shared. Instead, I'd ramble about the little things, like which fabrics felt like a second skin. We hadn't even hit the runway yet, but Knox was already obsessed with branding, plastering my face across glossy ads and boutique windows. The first time I saw myself staring back from a lingerie shop display in Manhattan, it felt surreal, like looking at a stranger. My reflection had been smoothed, sharpened, perfected by digital magic. Knox was my only real friend in the city, and honestly, the best part of my day. Easygoing, ridiculously good-looking, and never pushing for more than I'd give. After I made it clear where my heart was, with Conway, he backed off, never bringing him up. One evening, as the sky turned gold over Central Park, he nudged me. 10,000 steps, then dinner. Deal. He was bundled in dark denim and a navy sweater while I barely felt the chill. Some guys just radiate warmth, and Knox was one of them. Where are we eating? I sighed. My options were painfully limited. No carbs, no heavy sauces, just lean protein and greens. Salmon had become my lifeline, keeping me fueled without the guilt. Dropping those last 5 pounds had been shockingly easy once I cut out the junk. You're a machine, Knox laughed. I'd crumble in a day. Says the guy who lives on grilled chicken and quinoa, I shot back. Yeah, but I cheat sometimes, you never. He slung an arm around me, all playful, no pressure. Supermodel rules, huh? Stop calling me that. Why, it's true, you're everywhere now. Random people ask for selfies, face it, you're famous. It still felt weird, strangers recognizing me like I was somebody. I wasn't used to it, but I'd smile and pose anyway. Work was decent, he said, changing the subject. We're shooting in this retro bowling alley with disco lights. Andrew's idea thinks it'll make the brand feel more fun, less uptight. Sounds like a vibe. Any travel coming up? Not yet, honestly. I'm good with staying put. The breeze picked up, and for a second I caught myself wishing Conway could see me now. Not the airbrushed version in some ad, but the real me, walking through the city with a friend who actually got it. The thought of returning to Milan made my stomach twist. I needed to stay put, somewhere familiar, somewhere safe. So, what did you do today? I asked, trying to shift my focus. Knox stretched his arms behind his head. Hit the gym early, then crushed a few rounds at the country club. Turns out I'm not half bad at golf. Wait, you golf? I raised an eyebrow. Like a pro, wanna give it a shot sometime. I've never even held a club, I admitted. Lucky for you, I'm patient. We strolled through the park, the late afternoon sun warming our backs before heading to dinner. Our routine was simple: gym, food, repeat. No invites to each other's places, no blurred lines, just two friends keeping things uncomplicated. So, Knox said, swirling his drink, how's Operation Forget Conway going? I stabbed at my salad. Not great. A month in and I still can't shake him. At night, when the silence got too loud, my hands wandered, my breath hitching as I whispered his name. It was pathetic, fantasizing about a man who'd probably moved on a dozen times over. Maybe sleeping with Knox would speed things up, but that wasn't fair to either of us. Knox didn't flinch. Still talking to him. Radio silence. Takes time, he said, shrugging. Took me 4 months after my fiancé left. You'll get there. I frowned. You're seriously okay waiting that long? His grin was slow, deliberate. Why settle for the safety school when I'm first on the wait list for my dream pick? I snorted. You're the only one on the wait list. Even better, no competition. He leaned in. Besides, I like hanging with you. You're cool. A laugh escaped me. And you're ridiculously hot, like unfairly so. His eyes lit up. Super hot, huh? Obviously, have you seen yourself? Right back at you, he said, winking. Maybe soon we'll just be one super hot mess together. After splitting the bill, we lingered on the sidewalk. Walk you home, he asked. Or my place. There's this terrible horror movie I've been meaning to roast. I'm off tomorrow, I said before I could stop myself. His smirk was instant. Is that a yes? It probably wasn't smart. But we'd set boundaries, right? Just friends, just a movie, nothing more. Sure, I said. 2 days later, Andrew caught me at work, his grin knowing the work table was cluttered with fabrics and sketches, his latest lingerie design draped over the dress form. Sapphire stood wrapped in the silk robe he'd given her, waiting for the next fitting. How was your break? He asked, smoothing out a piece of delicate lace between his fingers. Fine, she replied, adjusting the robe's sash. What about you? My kids were at baseball camp all day. At least the heat finally let up, would have been brutal otherwise. He set the fabric aside, then gave her a knowing look. Glad you're finally getting back out there. She blinked, confused. What? He grabbed the newspaper and slid it toward her. There's a whole spread about you and your new guy. Her hands went cold as she took it, barely registering the weight of the paper. The photos showed them everywhere, laughing in the park, sharing dinner, even walking into his place. Every shot painted them as some perfect couple, the article spinning a whole love story. The worst part. It declared Conway Barsetti ancient history. Fame was a nightmare. She wondered what he'd think if he saw this, then scoffed at herself. Why did it matter? He'd moved on ages ago. She was the one who'd taken forever to catch up. Conway, my father's words stuck like a knife, but I still didn't act. 3 more weeks passed and nothing changed, just the same hollow ache. Nicole kept hounding me for designs, but my sketchbook stayed empty. I hadn't slept with anyone either. Why bother when jerking off to thoughts of Muse was better than some meaningless hookup? I stopped going out with Carter, too. No point pretending to care about women I'd never bring home. Vanessa was pissed. Marco was disappointed. My whole life had imploded, and Muse was the grenade that did it. Now that she was gone, everyone was furious, like they had any right to be. Hell, I missed her. Maybe my old man was right. Maybe they all were. But was it too late to fix it? Carter showed up unannounced Tuesday afternoon, which never happened. Dude was always buried in work. But ever since Muse left, he'd been checking on me subtle as a sledgehammer. He walked in, newspaper tucked under his arm. "Scotch," I offered. "It's 10 in the morning." So, I poured myself a glass. Time didn't mean much anymore. Day, night, that was all I noticed. He sat across from me, tapping the paper. "Not sure if I should show you this or if it'll even matter." Then he tossed it on the table. My eyes locked onto Muse instantly. And the guy next to her, tall, handsome, smiling like he'd won the damn lottery. The guy had everything. Piercing blue eyes, a chiseled frame, and that cocky grin that made women swoon. There he was, arm draped around her at Central Park, then cozying up over candle-lit dinner. The final shot showed them stepping into his swanky Park Avenue penthouse. So yeah, the dude had serious cash. Just when I thought I couldn't feel worse, this sucker punched me straight to rock bottom. Damn it, she was with someone else. I skimmed the article, picking up scraps. They'd been dating for a month. He owned a chain of high-end gyms. Big deal, nothing else worth noting. Tossing it aside, I caught Carter's stare like he was bracing for me to lose it. My gut twisted, my chest hollow. This jealousy. A whole new beast, raw, ugly, suffocating. I wanted to gouge out those perfect blue eyes and watch a stray mutt chew them. Wanted to stomp his smug face into the pavement. Didn't matter if he donated to orphans, he'd never deserve her. Carter gave a slow, knowing shake of his head. "Took your sweet time, huh?" Adrenaline burned through me, my pulse hammering like a drum solo. Sleep. Forget it. Rage kept me wired, pain gnawing at my ribs like a starving animal. Before logic could kick in, I had my jet fueled and aimed at New York. Touched down at 3 a.m., the city's usual buzz muted but never silent. What was I even doing here? If she'd moved on with Mr. Perfect, that was that. 3 months since she'd peeled out in my Ferrari, plenty of time for her to forget me. Yet it stung like betrayal. I should have checked into a hotel, should have waited. But no, I needed to see her now. Maybe catch them together, give me an excuse to rearrange his face. Her building's lobby was too quiet, the elevator ride endless. At her door, I hesitated. What was the point? She didn't owe me a damn thing. I was the one who screwed up, not her. I rang the bell anyway. Silence. Then footsteps, bare feet on hardwood. If she answered in his clothes, I'd put my fist through the wall. The thought alone had my hands clenching. The steps paused. She was there, peering through the peephole. Staring right at me, the door creaked open, and her wide, startled eyes locked onto mine. Her pale face was framed by strands of hair escaping from a messy bun, her fingers gripping the door like she was ready to slam it shut, or maybe just steady herself. For a second, I had her full attention, but my mind went blank. "Conway," her voice was sharp with disbelief. "It's 4 in the damn morning." I didn't wait for an invitation. Shoving past her, I let the door swing shut behind me, my eyes darting around the dimly lit apartment. No sign of him, no boots by the couch, no jacket tossed over the armchair. If he was here, he was hiding like a coward. Where is he? I demanded, my voice rough. She folded her arms, her glare cutting deeper than any knife. Who? Cut the crap. I took another step forward, my pulse hammering, her lips twisted into a bitter smirk. If this is some kind of joke, it's not funny. Do I look like I'm joking? My gaze swept the room again. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the fridge and the distant wail of a siren outside. She was wearing an oversized shirt that hung past her thighs, and the sight of it made my stomach twist. Was it his? God, you're pathetic, she muttered, shaking her head. I actually used to admire you. The words hit like a sucker punch. You walked away, I snapped. You left me and now you're pissed because I moved on. You don't get to play the victim here. I begged you to stay. I told you I loved you, and you still walked out that door. Her laugh was ice cold. And now you barge in here at 4 a.m. like some jealous ex-boyfriend cliché. Get out, Conway, before I call the cops. I stood there, frozen, the weight of my own stupidity crushing me. I'd waited too long, screwed up too much. And now she was in someone else's bed, wearing someone else's shirt. I'm sorry. Save it. She took another step back, her expression unreadable. Just go. My fingers raked through my hair, frustration boiling under my skin. I hadn't planned this. I hadn't planned anything. And now I was standing there like an idiot, watching the only woman I ever loved slip further away. The silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. Outside, the city hummed, indifferent to my heartbreak. Hey Muse, let me be real with you, these last 3 months have been hell. She didn't kick me out this time, but I could still see the walls up around her. I've been a wreck, I admitted, shoving my hands deeper into my pockets. That bed we used to share feels like a damn torture chamber now. I barely sleep, barely eat. Dante's practically force-feeding me because I'm dropping weight like crazy. Nicole's breathing down my neck for new designs, but my sketchbook's blank. Nights, just me, a bottle of scotch, and the fireplace, staring at it like it'll magically fix everything. You're all I think about. My dad told me to pull myself together and win you back, but I was too damn stubborn. Vanessa's furious. Carter's convinced I've lost my mind. Everything's fallen apart without you. And no, there hasn't been anyone else. I caught the flicker in her eyes, that tiny exhale of relief. I've tried going out, telling myself I'd move on, but I always end up back home alone. Pathetic, right? Even worse, I've been borrowing those lingerie shots of you from magazines. Yeah, I felt like some desperate teenager, but hell, it beat pretending with a stranger. No shame left in me at this point. I keep telling myself this is the only way, but it's tearing me apart. Then Carter showed me that article, you and him, and something just broke. Seeing you with someone else, it's torture, because god damn it, I miss you. Her expression softened, just a fraction, but enough to make my chest ache. I don't even know why I came here tonight, I muttered. Wasn't thinking straight. Silence stretched between us, heavy and suffocating. She studied me, waiting, but I was out of words. Finally, she whispered, "What do you want, Conway? For me to pack up and fly home with you right now?" Yes, 1,000 times yes. Yeah, I rasped, her gaze sharpened. You know what I want, that hasn't changed. She was pushing, demanding the words I'd been too stubborn to say. I held her stare, jaw tight. Still won't give it to me, huh? I knew how I felt. Knew it down to my bones. Fighting it had only left me hollow. 3 months of misery, of waking up to an empty bed, of pretending I didn't need her. But I did. She was the only thing that ever made sense. I crossed the room, my hands unsteady. It had been too long since I touched her, too long since I'd felt her lips, her hands in my hair, the warmth of her beside me. When my fingers brushed under her hair, she tensed, but her breath hitched. And just like that, I was home. She stayed close, but the hesitation in her gaze was unmistakable. After all the pain I'd caused, it was no surprise she doubted me now. I wish I could shut this off, she whispered, voice raw. I don't want to ache for you. I don't want to replay every second of that summer in Santorini. I don't want to crave you when I know how badly it'll wreck me. But here's the thing, I can't erase you. No matter how far you go, you're under my skin. Even when you were gone, I was yours. Every damn night, every stupid dream. My hands framed her face, forcing her to meet my stare. I love you, Muse. From the second I saw you, you were everything, my inspiration, my addiction, my heart. So tell me I didn't ruin this. Tell me there's still a chance. A slow smile curved her lips before she blinked, tears spilling over. You're ridiculous, she breathed, like I could ever walk away. The tension in my chest shattered. Forehead pressed to hers, I finally exhaled. The shaking stopped. The hollow ache faded. This her was where I was meant to be. I love you too, she murmured, and I nearly lost it. Fingers tangled in her shirt, I yanked it off, tossing it across the room. The sight of his name on the tag sent a bolt of fury through me. Burn his crap, tonight, she laughed, unfazed. You're such a hypocrite. I froze. Explain. That's your shirt, genius. My grip tightened. You're still sleeping in my clothes. Every night, she admitted, cheeks flushing. I dragged her against me, kissing her like I'd die without it. This was home, her warmth, her scent, the way she fit against me. Nothing else mattered. Later, tangled in her queen bed, sheets like sponge sugar, I traced the curve of her jaw. The room smelled like her perfume, something floral and expensive. I wanted her badly, but tonight wasn't about that. Tonight was about proving I could be patient, about remembering how to breathe again. End things with him first thing tomorrow. It is tomorrow. Then do it right now. Her fingertips traced the lines of my abs, hesitating before she spoke. There's something I should probably tell you. What? My voice dropped low. She bit her lip. I was never actually with Knox. Don't say his name. A smirk curled her lips. You're adorable when you're possessive. I hated that she found it amusing. We never dated, Conway, not even close. He never even got a kiss. My relief twisted into suspicion. Then what the hell was all this? He asked me out weeks ago, but I told him I wasn't ready. We've just been friends since then. He said he'd wait until I moved on. From you. Smart guy, he knew what he was losing. Even heartbroken, she was still the kind of woman men fought over. I'd have done the same damn thing. So you never slept together. Never. Not even a kiss. Nope. The most he ever got was an arm around my shoulder. I clenched my jaw. She laughed, her breath warm against my skin. Relax, Con, you won. She was still mine. Always had been. I'd flown halfway across the country because jealousy had me acting like an idiot, convinced I had to stake my claim before someone else did. Maybe I needed to be that reckless. If I'd known jealousy was the fastest way to get you here, I would have staged a whole damn drama. And part of me wished she had. So you were always waiting for me. Always. I rolled her beneath me, her legs parting as my body settled between them. The heat of her pressed against me, barely separated by thin fabric. I rocked against her slowly, watching her pupils darken, her breath hitching. Her fingers tangled in my hair, pulling me closer. It had been so long, too long, and I already knew I wouldn't last. Just the feel of her had me aching. The curve of her lips, the way she looked at me, like I was everything, it was enough to drive me wild. And then there was the fact that I loved her. Her hands slid under the waistband of my boxers, freeing me in one smooth motion. Show me, Conway. A rough sound escaped me as my body tensed. And say it while you do. She hooked her thumbs into her panties, sliding them down, kicking them off before opening herself to me again. Damn. I hovered over her, watching as she arched into the pillows. My cock throbbed, already slick with need, and the thought of how wet she was for me made my head spin. 3 months of imagining her, of pretending, had left me desperate. I hadn't touched another woman because no one else could compare. Now, finally, she was mine again. I pressed into her, slow and deliberate, her tightness making me groan. It was like starting over, like she was made just for me. She gasped, her nails digging into my shoulders as I claimed her, inch by inch. Mine. All over again the moment I slid inside her, every nerve in my body sparked to life. She arched beneath me, teeth sinking into her lower lip as heat flushed her cheeks. Her legs wrapped tighter around my waist, pulling me deeper with a desperate urgency. Conway! Our foreheads pressed together, breaths mingling as we moved in perfect sync. My body knew hers, remembered every curve, every gasp, like coming home after too long away. She was tight, warm, and I was already fighting to hold back. I can't. Don't. Her nails dug into my shoulders. I want to feel you. A groan tore from my throat as she rocked against me, setting a slow, torturous rhythm. 3 months without her had made every touch electric, like we were discovering each other all over again. Her moans were soft, breathy, and when she whispered, "Tell me you love me," the words came easier than before. I love you. Her climax hit hard, her body clenching around me as she gasped my name. I followed right after, burying myself deep, pouring everything I had into her. The release was overwhelming, leaving us both breathless and tangled in the sheets. When I finally woke the next afternoon, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Muse was curled beside me, already dressed in leggings and a cozy sweater, scrolling through a book on her tablet. I blinked at the clock, 3 p.m. "Shit," I muttered, rubbing my face. She smirked. "Guess even you need a break sometimes." I couldn't argue. Not when the reason I'd slept in was wrapped around me the entire night. Waking up without seeing her face first thing in the morning had left a hollow space in my chest. There was something raw and real about her bare skin in those early hours. No makeup, just the soft glow of sleep still lingering. And yet, she was breathtaking, even then. "This feels too good to be real," I murmured. She smirked, leaning down to brush her lips against mine. "That's because it is real." The kiss deepened, and for the first time in months, the weight pressing against my ribs dissolved. My fingers tangled in her hair, pulling her closer as the familiar scent of her perfume wrapped around me. I'd clung to that smell long after she was gone, burying my face in pillows until the last trace faded, taking another piece of her with it. "You hungry?" she asked, pulling back just enough to speak. I raised an eyebrow. "You cook?" She smacked my arm playfully. "Obviously." "You'd know that if Dante didn't insist on doing everything himself." I chuckled. "You know how he is, king of the ego." "Please," she scoffed, rolling her eyes. "He's not even in the top 5. I trailed behind her into the living room, still in yesterday's t-shirt and boxers. Her place was cozy, oversized couches, a plush armchair, and a vibrant rug anchoring the space. A massive TV dominated one wall, but my eyes drifted to the framed paintings of Italian landscapes. No accident there. She moved effortlessly in the kitchen, pulling ingredients from the fridge and pantry. "Need a hand?" "Nope." She handed me a steaming mug of coffee before turning back to the stove. I watched, mesmerized, as she flipped golden pancakes, slid bacon into the oven, and whisked eggs into a fluffy scramble. Within minutes, she set a plate in front of me, crispy bacon, syrup-drenched pancakes, eggs so buttery they practically melted. It was a breakfast straight out of my dreams. "You had all this just lying around," she smirked. "Grocery run while you were snoring." Sitting across from me, curls framing her face, earrings catching the light, she looked different. Thinner. Had Andrew pushed her to drop weight? Or had the months apart stolen her appetite? I devoured every bite, savoring the way the flavors exploded, real food made by her hands. Funny, I'd always been the one taking care of her, hiring chefs to cook her favorites, picking out clothes she'd love. But here she was, feeding me, and damn if it didn't feel like coming up for air after drowning. Her own plate was pitiful, one sad pancake, a sliver of bacon, egg whites. Andrew's influence, no doubt. I hated it. She deserved more food, more life, more everything. I wanted to drag her back home, where she could eat without guilt, where curves were celebrated, not starved away. Because the woman in front of me. She was already perfect. I slid my plate aside and shifted in my chair to get a better view of her. The way she delicately took small bites, the way her lips curved when she caught me watching. Nothing compared to this simple pleasure, the quiet intimacy of sharing a meal with her. She was more captivating than any movie or masterpiece. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she noticed my gaze. Still the same old you, huh? Always. I leaned forward, resting my chin on my hand. We fly back tomorrow. That gives you time to tell Andrew you're done here. Her fork froze midair, her mouth still full. She swallowed hard, eyes wide. Excuse me, need more time. I could arrange for someone to handle selling her place while we were gone. The furniture, no problem, my jet had plenty of space. No, it's just, I didn't think you'd say that. Say what exactly? She dropped her fork with a clink. Conway, I can't just leave. My jaw tightened at the absurdity of that statement. Explain. I have a life here. A job, an apartment. You can't expect me to walk away from everything. I'm not asking you to vanish overnight. Take a few days to wrap things up. You're not listening, she said, voice low. I signed a 10-year contract with Andrew. I can't break it. People break contracts every day. Not this one. Every muscle in my body locked up. The idea that some deal held more power over her than I did was infuriating. Why not? I owe him. This apartment, the furniture, it's all tied to the agreement. Let me handle it, her glare sharpened. I don't need you swooping in to fix my problems, Conway. Ah, there it was, that stubborn pride. Then what's your solution? Silence. She knew the truth. Without this job, she'd be scrambling for work just to pay off the debt. Let me take care of it, I said, softer now. The contract ends and you come home with me. But she wouldn't meet my eyes. Muse, what's wrong? She exhaled slowly. I don't want to go back to how things were. I dragged my fingers across my lips, remembering my own mistakes. You mean when I lost my temper and kicked you out? Her voice turned brittle. Yeah, lucky for me, Andrew's offer was already there. Otherwise, I'd have been completely screwed. That suitcase had enough cash to start over. The Ferrari alone. I don't care about the money. Her words hit like a slap. How many times do I have to say it? The raw frustration in her stare cut deep. I need stability, Conway. My own income, my own life. That means keeping this job in my place. My eyebrows nearly hit my hairline. You got to be kidding me. I'm dead serious, Con. Just when I thought things couldn't get any better, life decided to drop a bomb. Long distance, no way in hell, she hesitated. But not happening. I clenched my jaw, fighting the urge to snap. This wasn't just some fling. I'd told her I loved her, something I'd never said to anyone before. And now she expected me to live halfway across the globe. You belong in my bed under my roof. That's not up for debate. We could make it work here, she countered. You already work remotely most of the time anyway. My fingers twitched, itching to slam them against her kitchen table. You know my family is everything to me. Moving here just for your job, that's insane. Then the only solution is me finding work there. Perfect, I shot back. Work for me. Problem solved. She shook her head, stubborn as ever. I can't do that, Conway. Why the hell not? Because one bad argument and I'm unemployed. I scoffed. That's not going to happen again. I flew all the way here to tell you I love you and bring you home. Things are different now. Let's go back to Verona, live in that ridiculous mansion you adore, the one that's way too big for one person. Her gaze dropped to the table. I'm sorry, but no. I need more than just a house. More. I nearly laughed. If we were married, fine, but right now, this is how it has to be. We've never had a real relationship. It's always been you holding the power. I want my own space. You're not living alone. That's not happening. My voice turned sharp. I need you where I know you're safe, and there's no safer place than with me. As for marriage, don't push it. Just getting here and saying all this was hard enough. Her eyes flickered with something unreadable. So, marriage is an option. I never thought I'd consider it, but then again, I never thought I'd love someone like this. My father was right. I was already in it, whether I admitted it or not. All I know is I can't live without you, so yeah, it's on the table. And kids, she asked softly. You know I need a family. I don't have one of my own. The idea of being a husband was one thing. A father, that was a whole other level of terrifying. I'm not ready for that yet, but it's a possibility. A quiet breath escaped her. That's enough for me. It was everything I had to give. So you'll move in with me? I guess, but I still need my own job. I gritted my teeth. I don't want your money. God, she drove me insane. Fine, but let's be real, I'm useless without you. I haven't drawn a damn thing since you left. New detail. A sudden knock at the door startled us both, freezing the tension in the air. Neither of us moved, too caught up in the moment to care who was on the other side. Her lips twitched, almost smiling. You really are hopeless. Yeah, well, you knew that when you fell for me. The pressure is crushing me, deadlines looming, expectations piling up, and I've got nothing. No fresh ideas, no spark. That's where you come in. Being my muse isn't just some casual gig, it's everything. I'll match whatever Andrew S. paying you because, let's be real, my future hinges on you. I already told you I don't want. I get it. But if this were anyone else, I'd be writing checks. Think of it as a job. You help me, I help you. I still owe you 100 mil. You don't owe me a damn thing, Muse, she crossed her arms. If we're doing this, I'm paying you back every cent you spent on me. Not perfect, but progress. Fine, if I match Andrew's rate. You deduct the 100 mil plus the contract buyout. That's what, 140? Exactly. I hated taking anything from her. The rest stays with me. If we ever get married, I'll give it back. No point in keeping it. Compromise. She'd have her own money, independence, and if things worked out, it'd all come full circle. She could work with me without the spotlight, stay by my side. Win-win. Deal, I asked. Deal. Hand in hand, we stepped into Andrew's studio, a sleek, multi-level space with photo sets on one floor, fabric samples on another, even a private gym for the models. The elevator hummed as we rode up to his office. His secretary waved us to the waiting area, and we settled in. I sat beside Muse, legs spread, jaw set. Andrew wasn't going to let her walk away easily. His brand had skyrocketed since she signed on. Without her, free fall. My phone buzzed. Only one name would have made me pick up. Be right back. I squeezed Muse's thigh before standing and pushing through the glass doors. Hey, everything good? My father's voice was smooth, controlled. I was about to ask you the same. Dante said you flew to New York days ago. Still here. And what exactly are you doing there? Choose your next words carefully. I smirked, walking back inside. Hold on. I handed Muse the phone. Say hi to my dad. She took it, lips curving. Mr. Barsetti, how are you? His reply crackled through the line, sharp with surprise. New detail. Added the private gym for models, reinforcing the high-end studio setting. Tone shift, from tense negotiation to a more confident, almost playful moment with the father's call. His whole demeanor brightened the second she took the phone, like flipping a switch. Sapphire, everything's fantastic. Really fantastic. Hearing your voice again is just what I needed. Yours too, she replied, her tone warm. Glad my son finally got his act together, she laughed softly. Yeah, me too. When you're back in town, Pearl and I would love to catch up. We were pretty bummed when we heard things fell apart between you two. Vanessa took it especially hard. I'd love that. Maybe we can grab dinner. Absolutely, he said. Well, I won't keep you. You sure you don't want to talk to Khan again? I reached for the phone, but he was already gone. She handed it back, barely suppressing a smirk. Guess he's busy. I shoved the phone into my pocket, knowing exactly why he dodged me. I told him everything about us. Everything, she tilted her head. Define everything. All of it, how we met, that I bought you from the underground, no secrets left. Oh, seems like he handled it well. Surprisingly, yeah. I expected him to lose it, maybe chuck a whiskey bottle at my head, but he didn't. Probably figured I was already wrecked enough. What's the point in kicking a man when he's down? Her fingers brushed my thigh. But now it's out in the open. Honestly, feels good not to hide. Easier to breathe when you're not choking on lies. Just then, Andrew's assistant appeared, ushering us into his office. Mr. Lexington will see you now. One look at Andrew's face told me everything. He knew why we were there. No handshake this time, just icy silence as I took a seat. Muse, ever the diplomat, greeted him warmly. "Thanks for making time for us, Andrew." His response was clipped, his glare fixed on me. "I have a pretty good idea why you're here. Sapphire's under contract, as you're well aware. The only way out is cash. Hope you came prepared." "Obviously," I said. "She's coming back to Italy with me. Consider your arrangement terminated." His eyes flicked to her. "Better be sure about this. If things go south again, don't expect a safety net." The threat was subtle but clear. Without me here, he might have twisted the knife deeper. But Muse didn't waver. "I understand, and I appreciate everything you've done for me. Conway might not say it, but he does too." "Because he sure didn't," Andrew shot back. My fist clenched, but I stayed quiet. No defense when the accusation was dead on. Throwing her out. Worst mistake of my life. I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. This time, I'd fight to keep her close. "Let's get this figured out now," I said, pulling out my checkbook and clicking my pen. "Then we can get moving." Sapphire Italy wasn't how I remembered it. The warmth I loved had vanished, replaced by a dreary chill. Thick clouds smothered the sun, turning the lush fields into a dull, muted landscape. As we climbed into the SUV at the airport, Conway's men drove us toward his estate in Verona. He sat beside me, his hand resting on mine, his tailored suit crisp despite the long flight. The man was always prepared. Whether in a boardroom or on a plane, his confidence never wavered. He caught me staring out the window, my expression probably betraying my disappointment. "Just a passing storm," he reassured me. "October's gorgeous here. Wait till November, then the real cold hits, and we'll have to move the horses inside." "So the sun's coming back?" I asked, hopeful. "Plenty of it left," he said with a smirk. "Enough time for you to soak it up before winter." 20 minutes later, the iron gates of his mansion came into view. 3 stories of elegance draped in ivy, the fountain still flowing like nothing had changed. My chest tightened with something like nostalgia, something I never felt returning to New York, the city I'd called home my whole life. But this place, it stirred something deeper. Conway leaned in, his lips brushing my forehead. "Welcome home." Inside, everything was exactly as I'd left it. My clothes hung neatly in the closet, my makeup untouched in the bathroom. Even my lingerie was still folded in the same drawer. After 3 months, I'd expected him to toss it all. "You kept everything," I murmured. "Did you think I would?" He shrugged off his jacket, then his tie, stripping down to his boxers. The years had softened him, not with weight, but with less definition, the sharp lines of his muscles fading. Meanwhile, I'd gotten leaner, harder. "Funny how life does that." "You want Dante to bring us dinner?" he asked. My body was still stuck in another time zone, awake but not hungry, tired but wired. "I'm good," I said, slipping out of my clothes until I was down to just my underwear. The air between us hummed with unspoken tension, the kind that comes when too much has been left unsaid. The moment I opened his dresser drawer, it was like stepping back in time. My fingers brushed through the stack of neatly folded shirts, all familiar, all comforting in their sameness. I settled on a crisp white button-down, slipping it on and breathing in the faint scent of his cologne still clinging to the fabric. "Got any big plans for tonight?" I asked, glancing at him. "I'd suggest visiting the stables, but it's freezing out there." I climbed into bed, sinking into the mattress that still held the exact shape of my body. The sheets were cool against my skin, but the weight of the blankets felt like home. It was surreal. How many nights had I lain awake imagining this exact moment? His hands on me, his body pressing into mine. "I don't need anything else," I murmured. "Just being here is enough." He slid in beside me, his bare chest rising with each slow breath. The stubble he'd shaved the day before left his jawline smooth, sharp in the dim light. His eyes traced over my face like he was memorizing me all over again. "This bed's been empty without you," he admitted, voice rough. I curled into him, my cheek pressed against his shoulder. The mix of his soap and that woodsy cologne wrapped around me, drowning out everything else, even the noise of the city outside. "So," I whispered, tracing idle circles on his chest, "what's the plan for tomorrow?" He smirked, fingers tightening in my hair. "You told me you had deadlines." "I don't care about work right now," I breathed, tilting my face up to his. His mouth crashed into mine, slow and deliberate, like he was savoring every second. His hands roamed, tugging at my clothes with a hunger that hadn't faded. The thin lace of my panties didn't stand a chance. He yanked them down impatiently, his grip firm. "Why do you even bother wearing these?" he muttered against my lips. I laughed, but the sound dissolved into a gasp as he pushed inside me, filling me completely. His hips rolled, deep and unhurried, his breath hot against my neck. "Tonight," he growled, "we're finding out just how much you can handle." My nails dug into his back as I arched against him. "Guess we'll see." When dawn broke, the space beside me was cold and empty. I rummaged through the nightstand, searching for the phone Conway had gotten me, only to stumble upon something unexpected: a stack of magazines and a half-empty bottle of lotion. The folded corners revealed pages filled with candid shots of me, photos Andrew had taken. A whole collection, actually. So when he'd claimed he hadn't been with anyone else, he wasn't lying. The realization hit me like a wave, part sweet, part thrilling. Instead of moving on, he'd held on to me in his own way. But then, why the hell did he wait so long to bring me back? I shut the drawer and turned toward the window, where sunlight spilled over the terrace. Last night's storm had cleared, leaving behind crisp autumn air and a sky that felt softer, gentler. Down below, Conway lounged in swim trunks, newspaper in one hand, coffee in the other. His damp hair clung to his forehead, proof he'd already taken a dip in the pool. And the plate beside him, a fluffy omelet and golden toast, Dante's doing, no doubt. As I headed downstairs, I nearly collided with Dante himself in the hallway. "Sapphire," he said, his usual stoic expression breaking into something close to warmth. "Glad you're here. Conway actually asked for a real breakfast today, and a swim." "You're good for him." Just like that, he vanished back into the kitchen, leaving me stunned. Outside, Conway glanced up from his paper as I approached, that slow, devastating smile spreading across his face. I bent down, pressing my lips to his. "Morning. Morning," he murmured, his hand cradling my cheek before he brushed his nose against mine. The gesture felt intimate, the kind of thing people in love do, so maybe that's what we were now. "Sleep okay." Like I was dead to the world. I sank into the chair across from him, breathing in the scent of fresh bread and coffee. Everything here moved at a different pace. No rush, no chaos. Back in New York, life was a race against the clock, but here, time stretched out lazily like it had all day. The omelet was perfect, the tomatoes bursting with flavor, and the coffee rich and smooth. No way I could have whipped this up in my tiny apartment. Conway set his paper aside, his gaze locking onto me with that intensity I'd missed. "You can keep reading," I teased. "Nah," he said, leaning back. "I'd rather stare at you." And just like that, my insides turned to goo. 3 months of dreaming about this man, replaying every glance, every word, and now here he was, real and warm and mine. The terrace, the breakfast, the way his eyes never left mine. It was all so ridiculously perfect, I almost wanted to laugh. Almost I had dreamed of being his priority again. "So what's on your agenda today?" Conway asked casually. Part of me wanted to gallop through the countryside before sunset or lounge by the pool while summer still lingered. But duty called louder than leisure. "We've got studio work to tackle, Con. Come on, you just landed. A couple days off won't kill us." I shook my head. Sure, I craved lazy afternoons riding through the vineyards outside town or tangled in bedsheets with him. But reality wasn't that generous. "Your deadlines are piling up. We're already cutting it close." That earned me a lopsided grin. "Fine, let's grind. But when we wrap this scene, you owe me undivided attention." "Any requests?" I teased. Santorini would have been magical, but honestly, His arms around me beat any postcard view. You naked, preferably horizontal. Now that's what I call efficiency. After clearing our plates, we headed upstairs to the workspace. Chaos greeted us, fabric swatches strewn everywhere, his sketchbook open to a page of frantic, overlapping outlines. Normally, his first drafts were flawless, but now, eraser marks and abandoned concepts littered the paper. He yanked off his swim trunks, pulling on gray sweats while leaving his sun-kissed torso bare. The California tan I loved had dulled from too many indoor hours, though this morning's sunlight had revived its golden warmth. "Can't seem to lock onto one vision," he muttered, flexing his arms as he scowled at the disarray. I started sorting, silks draped on the rolling rack, pins returned to their magnetic tray, shears placed just so at a 45-degree angle. Muscle memory guided me. I knew his systems better than my own. My fingers brushed against a cobalt blue textile, cool and liquid smooth. Stunning shade. "It is," he agreed, propping his hip against the drafting table. "Maybe incorporate this. Too close to last season's palette." I reached for a bold crimson next. "Hard pass," he cut in. "Since when do you hate red?" "Since it washes you out." Rolling my eyes, I hunted for a hue that would complement my complexion. "Color's secondary and you know it." He crossed his arms, biceps tensing. "Wrong, it sets the entire mood." "Listen, hotshot." I jabbed a finger at his chest. "Nail the structure first, the drape, the seams, the damn shoulder seams. Perfect those, then we'll argue about Pantone swatches over wine." A beat. Then his laughter filled the room. "All right, boss, where do we begin?" His grin turned wicked. "Though I've got strong opinions on which pieces should stay on the floor." New detail. Added the vineyard setting and playful banter about design priorities. Tone shift. Transitioned from tense to flirtatious during the workspace argument. He leaned against the table, muscles flexing under his fitted shirt. The guy looked like he'd stepped straight out of a fitness magazine, broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, all sharp angles and raw power. But his face. That was the real showstopper. Strong jaw, piercing eyes, the kind of rugged good looks that belonged on a billboard. "You think you can inspire me, Muse?" His voice had an edge, like he was testing me. I stayed quiet, sensing the shift in his mood. One second he was relaxed, the next, tension rolled off him in waves. He moved to the couch, fingers drumming against the backrest. "Lie down." Not a request, a command. And that threw me. He didn't usually bark orders unless he was in a mood. Normally, if he wanted me, he'd just pull me close and take what he wanted. But this was different. I swallowed and settled onto the couch, the sundress riding up my thighs. The fabric was thin, barely covering anything, and the cool leather sent a shiver through me. He grabbed his sketchbook, sharpened his pencil with slow, deliberate strokes, each scrape echoing in the quiet room. His gaze never left me, intense enough to make my skin prickle. Then, without warning, he hit me with it. "When you were in New York, did you think about me?" "Every damn day." His lips curved, but there was nothing warm about it. "Did you touch yourself thinking of me?" Memories flooded back, hot, restless nights tangled in sheets, my fingers working frantically as I imagined him over me, inside me. The way my breath hitched when I came, whispering his name like a prayer, but saying it out loud. That was another story. My face burned, and I glanced away. "Look at me." His voice dropped, rough and demanding. "Show me." My stomach twisted. I'd done this alone 100 times, but under his watch, that was different. Exposing myself like this felt raw, vulnerable. His expression darkened when I hesitated. "I won't ask again," he warned. "Remember who you belong to." Something in his tone sent a thrill through me. Fear, defiance, desire, all tangled together. And despite the embarrassment coiling in my chest, my fingers inched toward the hem of my dress. Because when he looked at me like that, like he owned every inch of me, I couldn't say number. She kept her voice low, barely above a whisper. "Just pretend I'm invisible." With deliberate slowness, she parted her thighs and lifted the hem of her dress, revealing the delicate lace of her underwear. His gaze dropped instantly, darkening with hunger. Her fingers traced a path down her stomach, slipping beneath the fabric until she found the heat between her legs. The first touch sent a shiver through her, gentle, teasing just enough to make her breath hitch. Conway leaned forward, pencil still in hand, his knuckles pressed against his lips as he watched. His expression was intense, unreadable except for the fire in his eyes. She circled her fingers slowly, resisting the urge to rush, even as the pleasure coiled tighter inside her. The weight of his stare should have made her nervous, but instead it only fueled her. "You're not here," he murmured, voice rough. She let her eyes flutter shut, imagining him above her, his body pinning her down, his hands gripping her hips as he pushed inside. The fantasy was vivid, his muscles straining, the way he'd hold back just to watch her unravel. Her fingers moved faster, matching the rhythm of her imagined lover. Her breath came quicker now, soft gasps escaping as she lost herself in the sensation. She could almost feel him, the way his body would tense before release, the way he'd grown her name. The thought alone sent her spiraling, her back arching as pleasure crashed over her. For a moment, she forgot where she was, lost in the heat of her own making. When she finally stilled, skin flushed and pulse racing, she expected him to move to close the distance between them. But instead, the scratch of his pencil against paper filled the room. He was sketching, his strokes quick and precise, capturing something she couldn't see. She stayed motionless, letting the aftershocks fade as she watched him work. The silence stretched, broken only by the sound of his art taking shape. 20 minutes passed before he turned the page, starting fresh without a word. She exhaled slowly, still aching, still wanting. But for now, she just watched, and waited. His intense gaze never wavered, fingers occasionally pressing against his temple as he sketched furiously. Every now and then, his eyes flicked up, locking onto me sprawled across the couch like I was part of some unfinished masterpiece. The air practically crackled with creative energy. Conway Barsetti was in the zone, and when that happened, the world better brace itself. Whatever he was crafting would be groundbreaking, because genius didn't take breaks, it just erupted. I hadn't meant to doze off, but the aftermath of my own reckless indulgence left me drained. When the hum of the sewing machine jolted me awake, the room was dim, the table a chaotic mess of fabric and sketches. My dress had ridden up, and I yanked it down, suddenly self-conscious. Meanwhile, Conway was lost in his work, stitching with precision, his hands steady despite the hours he'd poured into it. Curious, I wandered over and flipped through his sketchbook. 7 new designs, each one darker, more haunting than the last, deep purples, shadowy greens, all simmering with raw, untamed emotion. "These are incredible," I murmured, but he didn't even glance up. Not out of rudeness. His mind was just somewhere else, riding the high of creation. And honestly, I respected that. After months of stagnation, seeing him like this was worth every second of silence. Then Dante appeared in the hallway, his usual stoic expression softening slightly. "Vanessa's here," he said, and I froze. My old friend, had she come to scream at me or hug me? Either way, I needed to pull myself together. A quick wardrobe change later. No way was I greeting anyone smelling like that. I headed to the dining room, nerves buzzing. Dante's subtle bow as I passed didn't escape me. Funny how things shifted. Once just Conway's guest, now something more. Maybe, just maybe, I was finally home. The absolute last thing I wanted was for Vanessa to picture me with her brother. My stomach twisted as I walked downstairs and entered the dining room. There she was, already seated, dressed in a sleek red top and dark jeans, swirling a glass of wine. A warm loaf of bread sat between us, its aroma filling the air. She stood when she saw me, her expression unreadable. Was it anger or just exhaustion? I couldn't meet her eyes. "I owe you an apology for everything." Before I could finish, she crossed the room and pulled me into a tight hug. "Stop. The only idiot here is my brother. Trust me, he's a lost cause." A laugh escaped me as I hugged her back, relief washing over me. "My phone died in New York, had to replace it. I swear I wasn't ghosting you." She waved it off. "I get it, and honestly, talking to me probably would have made it worse." When she pulled back, her gaze was gentle, almost motherly, no hint of resentment. Vanessa had a sharp tongue, but only when provoked. The only person she ever really roasted was her brother. Dante brought out dinner, roasted chicken with rice and veggies. My mouth watered at the sight. It had been ages since I'd had a home-cooked meal. Vanessa poured me wine and tore into the bread with a guilty grin. "I'm supposed to be cutting carbs, but Dante's bread is a crime to resist. The man's a culinary wizard." "True," I agreed. She smirked. "I begged him for the recipe, but he won't budge. Lucky for him, Conway won't let him go. Once I'm rolling in cash, I'm stealing Dante with double the pay." I raised an eyebrow. "Good luck with that. He seems pretty devoted." "Money talks, loyalty walks," she countered, shrugging. I braced myself for questions about Conway, but she didn't press. Maybe her dad had already filled her in. Either way, I was grateful. Instead, she asked, "So New York, was it good to be back?" "Not even close." "It's where I grew up, so I know every corner. The energy, the food, the chaos, it's all amazing. But after being here, going back just felt off, like I was visiting a memory, not a home." The second I stepped back into this house, I knew where I belonged. Her expression softened. "Because it is your home." I exhaled, finally feeling settled. It's good to be back, and well, with Conway, losing my family wrecked me, but nothing compared to being without him. She gave a knowing hum. Embarrassed, I focused on my plate, stabbing a piece of chicken. Glad he finally pulled his head out of his ass. My dad warned me he'd be flaky. Why are men like that? Vanessa snorted. Because they're allergic to common sense. The tension broke, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe again. "Some guys don't realize what they've got until they're about to lose it," Vanessa said, rolling her eyes. "A real man should love his woman like he's obsessed. If it doesn't drive him a little insane, he's not doing it right." I smirked, nearly choking on my food. Only Vanessa had the nerve to say things like that. Honestly, I think he was just scared it'd mess with his work. She snorted. "Nah, he was just being a coward." I couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I'm glad he finally got his act together. My dad never gives me relationship advice, way too awkward, but he did say one thing: only be with a man who loves you fiercely, openly. If he won't shout it in a crowded room, he's not the one." Vanessa nodded. "Smart man," she shrugged. "That's what people say. He tried talking sense into Conway a few times. Carter, too. Guess seeing you with someone else was the wake-up call he needed." I winced. The tabloids got it wrong. Knox and I were just friends. I told him I wasn't ready to date, so he settled for friendship. Her eyebrows shot up. "Seriously, because that man was fine." I grinned. "Yeah, he's definitely not hard to look at." "So is he sticking around New York?" she asked, hopeful. "Owns gyms, inherited a killer apartment, doubt he's going anywhere," she groaned. "Damn. Don't worry, Vanessa, the right guy's out there," she sighed. "Maybe, but my standards might be too high." "No one ever measures up." "Better than settling for less," I said. "Trust me, there are plenty of losers out there." "Including Conway," I chuckled. "Nah, he's one of the good ones." Midnight came and went, and Conway still hadn't left his studio. I debated dragging him to bed, but if he was in the zone, I didn't want to interrupt. Still, now that he was back, I hated sleeping alone. His scent, his warmth, the steady rhythm of his breathing, it was my comfort, my safety. So I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Finally, the door creaked open. Barefoot, still in sweatpants, he moved through the dark like a shadow. "Good session?" I asked. In one swift motion, he stripped down, the covers yanked back as his hands found me. Even in the dim light, I could feel the intensity radiating off him, hungry, possessive. No words needed, his hand clamped around my ankle like a vice. jerking me toward him with a force that sent my heart racing. Before I could react, he had me pinned at the edge of the bed, stripping away my underwear with rough urgency. My shirt stayed on, forgotten, as he wasted no time pushing between my thighs, his body already burning with need. One sharp thrust and he was buried deep inside me, his breath hot against my skin. My muse! The tenderness I knew was gone, replaced by something raw and possessive. His grip on the back of my neck was firm, his movements relentless, driving into me with a hunger that left me breathless. I dug my nails into his shoulders, pressing my face against his neck, surrendering to the way he claimed me. He'd spent hours lost in thought, imagining me, and now he was making sure I knew, yours. Conway Nicole stood motionless in front of the 7 new designs, her face as unreadable as ever. She circled the mannequins, fingers tapping against her lips, her silence stretching like a taut wire. I didn't need her approval, but I needed her instincts. She had an uncanny knack for predicting what would sell. "They're stunning," she finally said, her voice cool. "The shift in tone is perfect, dark, moody, exactly what the winter market craves. This will dominate the holiday season. Not better than your last collection, but bold in its own way. What sparked this?" Muse. The memory of her, lost in her own pleasure, had shattered the creative block that had suffocated me for months. Before, I'd been trapped in my own head, drowning in stale fantasies of an ex who was long gone. But now, the floodgates had opened. "You know exactly how, Nicole." She didn't meet my eyes. "I'm relieved she's back. I was starting to worry. Join the club, but I also think you're relying on her too much." "Yeah, well, join that club too." She exhaled sharply, tapping notes into her tablet. "I'll get these to production. Retailers will want advance notice. When did Sapphire return?" "A few days ago." Her eyebrows shot up. "You created all of this in a few days? Try one sleepless, feverish night." "Something like that. Damn, she must be something else." "Oh, she is." I left her to the logistics and stepped back into my office. There she was, Muse, curled up on the couch, flipping lazily through a magazine like she hadn't just rewritten my entire creative process. Sapphire had her hair styled in soft curls that day, her eyes lined with smoky shadow that made them pop. She set aside the fashion magazine she'd been flipping through when I walked in. "So, how'd it go?" "Nicole loved everything," I said, pulling open my desk drawer to grab my checkbook. After scribbling down the numbers, I tore out the check with a flick of my wrist. She couldn't believe I finished it all so fast. Sapphire smirked. "Honestly, neither can I. What can I say? When the muse shows up, you roll with it." I moved closer, the check in hand, and sat beside her. My arm slid around her waist, pulling her in until the scent of her shampoo, something floral and expensive, filled the space between us. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you." She tilted her head, lips curving into a smile. "Yeah, your last name, you never told me." "You never asked," she teased. I pressed a kiss just below her ear. "Well, I'm asking now. Swanson. Sapphire Swanson." I grinned. "Sounds like a Bond girl." She rolled her eyes but laughed as I scribbled her full name on the check. "Your first official paycheck." She took it, scanning the amount before her eyebrows shot up. This can't be right. Too low, way too high." She tried handing it back. "I still owe you for everything, the apartment, and you are paying me back," I cut in, pushing the check toward her again. $10 million a month, consider this your cut." She blinked at it like it might vanish. "But my apartment, already handled. My guy listed it, apparently there's a bidding war brewing." "Seriously, that fast? Fully furnished places sell quicker. And let's be real, once they hear it was yours, they'll fight over your throw pillows." She folded the check carefully, tucking it into her pocket. "So I just walk into a bank with this?" "Yep. Maybe I'll finally get that car," she mused. I frowned. "Why?" Because life, errands, freedom, basic human things. I've got 7 cars collecting dust downstairs. And they're all obnoxiously flashy. I want something normal, like an SUV. The idea of her driving anywhere alone made my jaw tighten. Ideally, she'd have a security detail tailing her 24/7, but I knew that wouldn't fly. She had the same stubborn streak as every woman in my family. No way she'd tolerate a babysitter forever. Fine, I'll help you pick one. Thanks. Let's hit the bank now, I'll drive. She stood on her toes, pressing a quick kiss to my lips. Thank you, Con, for all of this. I adjusted my tie, shrugging. You're the reason I nailed that project, no thanks needed. But I want to, she said softly. It's not just the money, you gave me a home, a future. She glanced around the penthouse, then back at me. Feels like I stumbled into some modern-day Cinderella story. I smirked. Just don't lose the shoe on the way out. My Prince Charming isn't the fairytale version. He's richer, deeper, like dark chocolate instead of milk. And honestly, I prefer it that way. I tightened my hold on her waist, pulling her against me. You think I've given you anything? You've given me everything. And I'll spend the rest of my life trying to deserve you after all the dumb mistakes I made. She laughed softly, fingers tracing my jaw. Forget the past, Conway. Just love me like it's our last night. Tell me I'm gorgeous with my morning coffee, and whisper, I love you over pasta. That's my price. Consider it paid. Dinner with my parents was tense. First time we'd all been in the same room since everything blew up. Dad knew the truth about Muse and me, which meant Mom did too, but Vanessa was still in the dark. Brought something special, Dad announced, handing me a bottle. This year's best vintage, full-bodied, silky, perfect with whatever Dante's cooking. Appreciate it. I took the wine, cool glass against my palm. I'll let him know to chill it. Dad's usual bear hug was missing, replaced by a stiff pat on the back. The weight of our last few arguments hung between us. Yeah, I'd let him down. He still loved me, but the pride in his eyes wasn't what it used to be. Mom, though, she swept in like nothing had happened, crushing me in a hug that smelled like her rose perfume. Look at you, she murmured, squeezing like I was still her little boy. Handsome as ever. Thanks, Mom. I kissed her cheeks, grinning. You're glowing as usual. Vanessa, no hug, just a frosty stare. Con, I matched her tone. Vanessa. Inside, my parents embraced Muse like she'd never left. Small talk, laughter, then Vanessa's turn. Their hug was brief, polite. Dante poured the wine, and we settled around the table, tearing into warm bread. Muse sat beside me, her presence both comforting and a reminder of my screw-ups. 3 months she'd been gone because I pushed her away. The judgment from my family, brutal, but nothing compared to how I judged myself. Dad broke the silence. Glad to be back. More than you know, Muse said, her gaze flicking to me. New York's where I'm from, but Italy. This is home, and you all. You've always made me feel like family. Mom beamed. That's because you are family. Anyone who can whip this one into shape, she nodded at me. Miracle worker, Muse grinned, breaking off more bread. Vanessa's glare returned. Don't ruin it this time, okay? Dad's voice sharpened. Vanessa, one word, that's all it took. She huffed, drowning her attitude in a long sip of wine. New detail, the rose perfume on Mom, a scent tied to childhood memories for Conway, adding a layer of nostalgia to the scene. Tone shift, from tender to biting sarcasm in Vanessa's exchange, highlighting family tension with dark humor. My sister drove me up the wall most days, but deep down, I knew she meant well. She's got a point, I admitted. And don't stress, Vanessa. I've got it handled. She lifted her wineglass with a smirk. Cheers to that. Muse barely hid her amusement as we dug into dinner. Somehow, the tension from the past few months melted away, and the conversation flowed like old times. Vanessa chatted about college. Mom brought up the latest harvest at the vineyard, and when they asked Muse about her plans now that she was staying, she shrugged. Still helping Conway with his business. He just sent off a new collection to his assistant, trying to launch right before the holidays. That's wonderful, honey, Mom said, smiling. It's good to see you working again. only because Muse was back. Before her, I'd spent weeks staring at blank sketch pages, my mind completely empty. Even those late nights spent with her photos did nothing. Seeing her in another man's designs just pissed me off. But the second she was home, my hands moved on their own, sketching whatever my instincts demanded. "You modeling again?" Dad asked, and I cut in before Muse could answer. "No." After stumbling across those sultry shots of her online, I wasn't letting anyone else see her like that. If she was mine, the only camera near her would be the one in my hand. Dad just smirked. Figured as much. Muse nudged my leg under the table, a small, secret reassurance. "I like working with the horses," she added. "But winter's coming, so Marco won't need me as much." Thought about cooking, but Dante's weirdly territorial about his kitchen. Vanessa rolled her eyes. "Why not just relax?" "Most women would kill to do nothing all day." Muse laughed. "I'd lose my mind. I can only hit the gym for so long. Maybe I'll take a class or something, learn Italian." "Not happening," I said. "If she wants lessons, she's got me." Vanessa took an exaggerated sip of wine, her annoyance practically radiating. For a second, I was 10 years old again, itching to chuck a bread roll at her. "So, Dad," I redirected, "how's the winery?" "Expanding, actually," he said, launching into details about the new plots he and Uncle Cain were eyeing. Meanwhile, Muse's foot brushed against mine again, subtle, but enough to remind me she was right where she belonged. She focused on her plate, acting like nothing was happening. But the subtlety of her actions only made her more irresistible. Even with my family right there, I loved the way she reached for me, like she couldn't help herself, even after everything I'd put her through. My fingers brushed hers on the table, then I covered her hand completely, pressing my palm against hers. When she glanced up, that small, knowing smile curled her lips, and I tightened my grip, silently promising more. Then there was Conway, his body heavy over mine, pinning me in place. My legs bent beneath him, hips tilted just right, trapped against the mattress with no escape. His gaze burned into me, jaw clenched, eyes dark with something deeper than lust. He moved with deliberate slowness, filling me inch by inch, his rhythm so different from the rough urgency of before. My fingers dug into his arms, muscles flexing under my touch as I matched his pace, breath hitching with every deep stroke. He didn't kiss me, just watched. Watched the way my chest rose with each shaky inhale, the way my lips parted on a gasp when he hit that perfect spot. His own moan rumbled low in his chest, sending a shiver straight down my spine. The weight of him, the heat of his skin against mine, the friction of his body dragging over my sensitive nipples. It was slow torture, building until I was trembling beneath him. Then he kissed the corner of my mouth, his voice rough, unsteady. "I love you." The words hit me harder than any thrust ever could. He'd said it before, but never like this, raw, stripped bare, like he couldn't hold it back another second. I barely had time to choke out, "I love you too," before I shattered, clenching around him, nails biting into his shoulders as pleasure ripped through me. He groaned, burying himself deep, his own release following with a shudder. His voice was rough with satisfaction, possessive. "My woman." And just like that, everything between us shifted. The pleasure lingered even after he finished, his release warm inside me, the sensation of it dripping down my thighs making me shiver. He always gave me everything, and I loved that about him. With a final kiss pressed to my forehead, he pulled away, the last connection between us stretching thin before breaking. A glistening drop still clung to him as he stepped back, already reaching for his navy suit and black tie. Work called, and though he usually stayed to hold me, today he had to go. I didn't mind, sleep sounded perfect. He dressed quickly, adjusting his cuffs and straightening his tie before leaning down for one last kiss. "Don't you dare clean up before I get back," he murmured, his voice low and possessive. I smirked. Wouldn't dream of it. The rain trapped me inside all afternoon. The house was spacious, but boredom crept in fast. The private gym was an option, but treadmills and weights held no appeal, not since I'd left modeling behind. Instead, I tackled the mess of my things in his room. Most of my clothes had been left in piles, considering how little I wore them lately. His walk-in closet had plenty of space, so I sorted my dresses by occasion, the silks and satins tucked safely away while my casual wear took the front. In the bathroom, I found a box of tampons tucked in the cabinet. He must have bought them recently, either that or he'd restocked after tossing my old toiletries. But then it hit me. My period was late. 3 days. My stomach twisted, but logic kicked in fast. 3 days wasn't enough to panic, and the birth control shot still had me covered. I exhaled, shaking off the irrational fear. He came home late, exhaustion lining his shoulders as he dropped his tie on the floor. His suit followed, abandoned in careless heaps. I trailed behind him, scooping up the expensive fabric before it could wrinkle. "You know these don't belong on the ground," I scolded, hanging them up for dry cleaning. He turned, grinning in that infuriating way of his. "They're dirty." "Not that dirty," I shot back. His laugh was low, unrepentant. "Exactly why they're getting cleaned." I rolled my eyes, but the tension of the day melted away. Some things never changed. Fine, I'll deal with the clothes later. I tossed everything onto the hook by the entrance for Dante to grab whenever. "So, how'd it go at the studio today?" Conway let out a dry laugh, running a hand through his hair like he was brushing off dust. "Lacey Lockwood Bylade, signed with Lady Lingerie, Andrew's new pet project." "Seriously?" That caught me off guard. Didn't think she'd jump ship like that. "Andrew's playing games." He stretched out on the bed, all lazy confidence in nothing but his black boxers. Then, with zero subtlety, he tugged the waistband down just enough to give me a full view. Consider this my version of asking nicely. I rolled my eyes but didn't hesitate, stripping off my clothes before climbing over him. "Real smooth," I muttered, lining him up before sinking down. The stretch was immediate, familiar, and he didn't waste time gripping my hips, guiding me into a rhythm. "Still got my mark on you." His voice was rough, fingers digging in possessively. "Obviously." "Good." His smirk was downright sinful as he watched me move, letting me do all the work while he enjoyed the show. I leaned back, arching to take him deeper. "You really just gonna let Andrew steal your best model?" Conway's hand slid up to cup my breast, thumb brushing over my nipple. "Not my problem anymore." "Or," I gasped as he thrust up sharply, "you could use me instead." His grip tightened on my neck, cutting me off. "Not happening. Now stop talking and ride me like you mean it." So I did. Harder, faster, until his groans filled the room and his control shattered. The second I felt him pulse inside me, I lost it too, collapsing against his chest as we both came down. He kept me close, breath hot against my ear. "Next time, less talking, more obeying." I laughed, still catching my breath. Yeah, you wish." Muse. His deep groan vibrated against my skin, thick with pleasure. His hands lingered possessively on my curves before he settled back, arms tucked behind his head, content to stay connected even as the heat between us faded. There was something raw and magnetic about him in these moments. All that controlled intensity unraveled just for me. My fingers traced the ridges of his abs, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat slow beneath my touch. "Seriously, let me model for you," I murmured, half teasing. His response was instant. "Not happening." He dragged me against him, catching my lips in a kiss that was surprisingly tender. When he pulled back, his gaze held mine open, unguarded. "You're already everywhere in my work, Muse. Every stitch of lace, every sketch, it's all you. The world gets the fantasy, but you're mine." I exhaled, frustration creeping in. "You don't have time to find another lead model. I've got plenty of girls." "Not like her. She's the face of your brand for a reason." My fingers tightened on his shoulders. "Andrew's coming after you because he knows you won't use me. So prove him wrong, let me headline, one night. Let's remind everyone why they fell in love with us in the first place." His eyes flickered, weighing the idea. For a second, I caught the ghost of a smirk. Damn, Con, that's actually genius. The second you step back on that runway, Lacey's drama won't even matter. We'll own the conversation. Guilt twisted in my chest. If I hadn't gone to Andrew, none of this would be happening. But before I could say more, he cut me off with a sigh. I'll think about it. That's all you're getting for now. Later, backstage at the theater, Conway stood with Nicole, arms crossed, watching the rehearsal. The new lead moved through the choreography, flawless but forgettable. Even I could see it. The music was sharp, the formations tight, but the spark was missing. We can't scrap the holiday theme, Nicole argued, rubbing her temple. Conway's jaw flexed, not the sexy, controlled tension I loved, but the kind that meant he was one wrong word from snapping. Then we need something bigger. Nicole caught my presence first. What's the alternative? Conway didn't hesitate. Sapphire wants to step in, shifts the spotlight right back where it belongs. A slow grin spread across Nicole's face. Oh, that's not just good, that's fireworks. And just like that, the energy in the room shifted. The idea hung between us, dangerous and electric. One night to rewrite the story. I think we should go for it, Conway. Conway's gaze lingered on the stage where the models were rehearsing under the choreographer's direction. He exhaled sharply, a sound I recognized all too well, his version of reluctant surrender. His arms dropped to his sides. Fine, one time. But after this, Sapphire's done. We'll spend the next few months scouting for the new face of Barsetti Lingerie because she won't be it. The drive back to the house was quiet, the hum of the Ferrari's engine filling the space between us. Conway's hand rested on my thigh, warm and possessive, while the other guided the wheel effortlessly as we cruised down the open country road. No need to shift, just smooth, uninterrupted motion. Thanks for giving me this chance, I said. I won't disappoint you. He let out a breath, barely audible over the engine. The thought of everyone staring at you makes my skin crawl, but you're right, it's the smartest move. It'll shift the spotlight from Lacey and Andrew. And let's be honest, the collection is stunning. Exactly. I don't want them stealing your moment. You deserve all the attention. A flicker of warmth softened his usual intensity. That means a lot. You're the best for a reason. I won't let anything change that. With you walking the runway, no chance. His fingers gave my thigh a reassuring squeeze. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples. The air had turned crisp, forcing me into jeans and a jacket earlier. Show S on the 20th, he added. Gonna be a hectic week. My stomach dropped. The 20th? That meant I was 13 days late. 13, shit. My pulse spiked, sweat prickling at my temples. At first, I'd brushed it off, stress, travel, whatever. But 2 weeks, that wasn't a fluke. The shot was supposed to be foolproof. How the hell did this happen? We'd only been living together for 3 weeks. And yet, here we were, Conway's efficiency apparently extended beyond business. Dinner was a quiet affair, salmon, steamed broccoli, carrots. I picked at my plate, suddenly not hungry. Dante poured wine, but I waved it off, blaming the sugar. I needed a test and fast, but with Conway hovering like a shadow, slipping away wasn't an option. His eyes locked onto mine from across the table. You okay, Muse? Yeah, I lied, stabbing a carrot. Just exhausted. The food tasted like cardboard. All I could think about was the possibility growing inside me, and the storm that would follow if it were true he mentioned marriage and kids as possibilities. But commitment wasn't something he was ready for. A pregnancy would flip everything upside down. Our relationship, my place in the show, everything. I had to know the truth, and if it was what I dreaded, I'd have to face it head on. Conway chewed his salmon, studying me with that sharp gaze of his. You're somewhere else tonight. Just dreading those runway heels, I lied, forcing a light laugh. Andrew's shoots were always barefoot. Guess I got spoiled. Conway swirled his wine, his toned arms flexing under his rolled-up sleeves. Relax, Muse, you could walk in ski boots and still own the runway. I managed a weak smile, my stomach twisting into knots. Appreciate that. As we finished dinner, his phone buzzed, Carter's name flashing on the screen. Gotta take this, he muttered before stepping outside. The second the door shut, my mask dropped. My chest tightened, panic clawing at me. I had minutes, maybe seconds, before he'd be back expecting normalcy when nothing was normal. I needed a test, but telling Conway felt like detonating a bomb. If it was positive, I'd have to figure it out. If not, no need to wreck his peace over nothing. Dante walked in, wiping his hands on his apron. Done here? I barely registered him, my chin resting on my fist. Yeah. He hesitated, which was new. Dante never pried, but lately he'd been softer, almost protective. Everything okay? I wasn't about to unload on him, but then it hit me. I need a favor, and Conway can't know. His posture stiffened. I don't keep things from him. It's not a secret, just something I can't ask him for. Dante stacked plates, his jaw tight. What is it? A pregnancy test. He exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing. Right. If it's negative, no harm done, but if it's... My voice cracked. The fear wasn't about the baby, it was about Conway's reaction. I wanted him to want this, not resent it, not resent me. Dante gave a slow nod. I'll handle it, check the coffee cabinet later. Thank you. As he left, I slumped back, the weight of the unknown crushing me. The clock was ticking, and so was my sanity. He set the last plate on the counter and walked out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. This was it, the moment I'd been dreading and secretly hoping for. My fingers trembled as I stared at the pregnancy test, guilt twisting in my stomach. I didn't want to force Conway into something he wasn't ready for, but if I were going to have a baby, he was the only one I'd want by my side. Lately, he'd been different, softer, more attentive. The way he touched me at night wasn't just about passion anymore. It was slow, deliberate, like he was memorizing every inch of me. And yet, tonight, my mind was miles away. All I could think about was that little box downstairs, the answer it held. When he finally drifted off, I'd sneak away and face the truth. Conway wasn't fooled, though. He knew something was off the second his lips met mine. My usual fire was missing, and he noticed, stopping mid-kiss to search my face. What's wrong? His voice was rough, demanding. I forced a smile, running my hands over his shoulders. Nothing, just tired. His eyes narrowed. Bullshit, I know you. For a heartbeat, I almost caved. The weight of uncertainty was crushing, and part of me wanted to just blurt it out. But not yet. Not until I knew for sure. We've just been busy, I murmured, pulling him back to me. He hesitated, then gave in, his movements slow and deep, like he was trying to coax the truth out of me another way. But my mind was already downstairs, counting the minutes until I could slip away. When his breathing finally evened out, I waited, 1 hour, then 2, before creeping down to the kitchen. The house was eerily silent, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator. Dante's stash was tucked behind the coffee mugs, right where he'd said. I snatched the box and hurried back upstairs, my pulse hammering. Conway hadn't moved, his arm still stretched across the empty space where I should have been. I locked the bathroom door behind me, hands shaking as I tore open the box. The answer was seconds away, and no matter what it said, nothing would ever be the same. My hands trembled as I tore open the pregnancy test box. First time ever dealing with one of these. Thank God there were 2 sticks inside, because knowing me, I'd probably screw up the first try. I did what I had to do, set the stick on the bathroom counter, and then the longest 2 minutes of my life began. Sitting there in just my tank top and underwear, I tried to distract myself. I mean, come on, I'd survived being hunted across Europe by a lunatic and kidnapped by a gang called the Skull Kings. Compared to that, an unplanned pregnancy. Please. Conway might freak out like he did when I publicly declared my love for him, but he'd come around. Eventually. Except I still hadn't looked. The timer had long since passed, but my fingers wouldn't move. My stomach already knew the answer before my eyes did. Finally, I grabbed the damn thing. One word glared back at me: pregnant. Conway watched Muse push her breakfast around like it offended her. She'd barely touched the egg whites or the slice of French toast slathered in Dante's famous raspberry jam. Normally, she'd at least fake enthusiasm for carbs. Not today. "We'll finish the shoot with the black one-piece," I said, trying to reel her back in. "Forget the cheesy Santa hat, Nicole's idea, not mine, but red heels. That's classy." Muse blinked like she'd just woken up. Seriously, had she heard anything I'd said? She'd been spacey since yesterday, even when we were together. Was she second-guessing us, missing knocks, or was I just being insecure? "Red heels," I repeated, instead of going full holiday cliché. "Oh, yeah, sounds good." Her fork hovered over her plate, untouched. "Muse," I leaned in. "What's going on?" Her head snapped up, eyes wide, like a kid caught sneaking cookies. Guilt flashed across her face before she could hide it. She sighed, pushing her breakfast plate away untouched. "I just didn't sleep well." The way her fingers tapped nervously against the table told me there was more to it. "Look, if you're not feeling the show, we can pull you out, no questions asked." Her eyes darted to the diner's neon sign outside instead of meeting mine. "It's not about the show." "Then what?" I leaned in, but she just clenched her jaw and stood abruptly. "We should go, long day ahead." "You barely ate anything." "Not hungry," she muttered, already grabbing her bag. At rehearsal, Muse moved through the choreography flawlessly, her body making my designs look even better than I'd imagined. The other models paled in comparison, rigid where she was fluid, stiff where she was effortless. I'd tried keeping her out of the spotlight, but after months of magazine spreads and fan posters, one more runway show wouldn't change much. Nicole nudged me as the girls reset for another run-through. "What's up with Sapphire? She's totally checked out." So I wasn't imagining it. "She's been like this for days, dodges me every time I ask." "You need to figure it out," Nicole said bluntly. "We can't have our lead model spacing out mid-show." But the show was the last thing on my mind. Was it me? Had I not done enough? I told her I loved her constantly, gave her everything she asked for. What else was there? The car ride home was suffocating. Muse stared out the window like the passing buildings held all the answers, her fingers twisting in her lap. The silence between us felt heavier than it ever had, like we'd forgotten how to just be together. Enough, my grip tightened on the wheel. "Muse, I'm done asking nicely. Even Nicole noticed something's off. So either you tell me now or I swear to God." "Or what?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Or I'll pry it out of you myself." The words came out harsher than I meant, but the frustration had been simmering too long. She rested her forehead against the glass, eyes squeezed shut like she could disappear. My chest tightened. "Damn it, just talk to me. Are you hurt? Sick?" This wasn't her. She never held back, even when I wished she would. "I'm fine," she murmured. "I just need time." "Time?" A bitter laugh escaped me. "You've been ghosting me for days." "Conway, tell me the truth." The streetlights flickered past, casting shadows across her face. "Do you regret giving us another chance?" "Thinking about heading back to New York?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Not a chance," she muttered, staring out the window as we pulled up to the house. The valet took the keys, but the tension between us lingered like a bad smell. Inside, her silence grated on me. "Muse, talk to me. It's me," I pressed, frustration edging my voice. She kept walking, her heels clicking against the marble floor. "Just give me some time." I grabbed her arm, spinning her around. "I love you, you love me, so what's the big secret? I treat you like royalty and you shut me out. That's bullshit." She wrenched free and headed for the stairs, leaving me fuming. No explanation, no fight, just silence. What was so damn hard to say? If she wasn't leaving, why the hell couldn't she trust me? I watched her vanish down the hallway, my anger boiling over. Patience had never been my strong suit, but this was torture. Dante appeared, taking my coat like some kind of peacekeeper. "Sir," he murmured, sensing the storm brewing. I barely acknowledged him, my focus still locked on the empty staircase. "You should ease up on her," he whispered, even though she was long gone. "She's scared. Make her feel safe. She'll talk when she's ready." My eyes narrowed. "You know something?" "Just a guess," he said, draping my jacket over his arm. "But trust me, you want this coming from her." I exhaled, forcing myself to cool off before stepping into the bedroom. Control was my thing, but right now it was choking us both. She sat on the couch, arms folded, lost in her own head. The TV was off, the room dead silent. I tossed my tie aside, resisting the urge to drown my frustration in scotch. Instead, I sat beside her, my hand resting on her thigh. She didn't pull away, small victories. But the real battle, that was still ahead. I never meant to sound so harsh, Muse. You mean everything to me, and I can't stand the thought of losing you. Nothing you say could ever shake how I feel. Not even if you told me something crazy, like you'd been with Knox. That wouldn't change a damn thing between us. Loving you is deeper than anything I've ever known, and I'm not walking away again. Maybe this is it forever, and honestly, the idea doesn't scare me, not when it's you. But I can see whatever's eating at you is tearing you apart. Just say it, baby. Whatever it is, we'll handle it together. My hand rested on her leg, but she didn't move, her eyes locked on the coffee table like it held some secret. I wanted to shake her, to yell, but I forced myself to stay steady, remembering Dante's advice about keeping my cool. My fingers traced slow circles on her thigh, light, patient. The TV screen was black, but I stared at it anyway, waiting and waiting. Finally, she took a sharp breath. "I've been terrified to tell you because I don't know how you'll take it. Muse, listen to me. I'm not going anywhere, no matter what." "That's easy to say now." I kept my touch gentle, steady. "But you've got to say it. Rip the bandage off. All I know is I love you. We'll figure it out. I screwed up before, but these last few months without you, hell, they were unbearable. I never want to feel that again." She gave a small nod, progress. Then slowly she lowered her arms, and in her hand was a thin plastic stick. She set it on my knee and pulled back. It took me a second to register what I was looking at. I'd never actually held one before. I lifted it, squinting at the blue letters. Pregnant. The word didn't sink in right away. Pregnant. Muse was pregnant. There was a baby, our baby, growing inside her right now. I gripped the test tighter, staring like the letters might rearrange themselves. My brain needed a minute to catch up. 2 weeks. She'd only been back with me for 2 weeks, but I knew no question this was mine. No way she'd lie about Knox. Muse didn't play games like that. A father. I was going to be a father. A tiny Barsetti running around. Holy hell. The weight of it crashed into me all at once. My entire world just flipped. In a few months, I'd have a kid depending on me, worrying me the way my parents probably still did. This little person would own my heart forever. I almost forgot Muse was still there, watching me process it all. "I don't get it," she whispered. "You gave me that shot when I got here. It's supposed to last a year. This wasn't how I imagined it happening, but here we are. You're the father. I swear there's never been anyone else." "Hey, it's okay." I set the pregnancy test on the coffee table and took her trembling hands in mine. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable, like she was bracing for me to explode. And honestly, I couldn't blame her. The last time she told me she loved me, I kicked her out of the house like some kind of idiot. So yeah, she had every reason to be terrified. I pressed my lips to her knuckles, one by one. "Muse, breathe. We're good." "You're really not upset." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Upset? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm the father. There was never a question." She bit her lip, hesitating. "I know you said you weren't ready for marriage or kids. I swear I didn't plan this, Con. I'm not trying to force you into anything." I cupped her face, my thumb brushing away the tension in her jaw. "You think I'd believe that? Come on, Muse, I know you better." I pulled her closer, my voice dropping. "Yeah, I wanted more time with just us. But let's be real, I was never gonna walk away. If you ever told me to marry you tomorrow, I'd do it in a heartbeat, because I can't lose you. This baby, It doesn't change how I feel. If anything, it just makes me love you more. I rested my forehead against hers. Stop worrying. I've got you, both of you. I'll be the best damn father and husband I can be. She let out a shaky laugh. I'm not asking you to propose, Con, just because. But I want to. I tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet my eyes. I want us to be a family. I want my name on both of you. There's no one else for me ever. Finally, the fear in her eyes softened into something like hope. It's happening faster than I planned, but I'm not mad about it. My hands slid down to her stomach, still perfectly flat. No bump, no movement, just the quiet miracle of something hours growing inside her. Con, her voice wavered. There's a chance things might not, you know. Maybe we should wait before making plans. The words hit me like a punch. I hadn't even processed being a dad yet, and now the thought of losing them, twisted something deep in my chest. Don't, I growled, my hands tightening protectively over her. I don't care what happens. I'm in this with you, all of it, because I love you. Later, after we'd lost ourselves in each other, Muse collapsed into sleep, exhaustion finally winning out. The weight of the last few days had drained her, but now, at least, she could rest. I slipped out of bed, heading to my office. The clock read 9 p.m., and dinner was the last thing on my mind. Dante, ever the mind reader, had steered clear all evening. I cracked open a fresh bottle of scotch, poured a glass, and let the reality sink in. Holy hell. I'm gonna be a dad. I never saw it coming. Hell no, I wasn't prepared. But fear wasn't going to rewrite the future, so I had to step up and face it head on. When Muse hesitated, terrified of how I'd react, that was my cue to be her anchor. She was carrying enough weight, literally, with our baby growing inside her. My job, keep her steady. Check. But now it was my turn to lose it. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the contacts. Carter was my ride or die, but something about calling him first felt off. The only person I needed to talk to was my dad. Back when my mom was pregnant with me, he'd panicked too, until life shoved him into fatherhood and he realized it was the best damn thing that ever happened to him. The phone barely rang before he answered, voice sharp with concern. Con, what's wrong? Old instincts from his rougher days never faded. Yeah, I'm good, but I need to talk, alone. A pause. I heard him murmur to my mom, gotta handle something button, before footsteps led him to his office. The door shut with a quiet click. All right. I'm listening, I exhaled. No easy way to say this, so Sapphire's pregnant. Saying it out loud made it real. I'm gonna be a dad. Yesterday, my biggest worry was a lingerie show. Today, that felt laughably small. Silence stretched before he finally spoke. Didn't see that coming. Join the club, I muttered. He hesitated. I gotta ask, is it yours? Without a doubt. No tests, no doubts. If Muse said it was mine, that was enough. We'd been through hell and back, but we'd always been loyal, even when we were apart. Love didn't leave room for lies. Dad let it drop. How you holding up? Kids weren't even on my radar, I admitted. But seeing how scared she was, I couldn't let her carry that alone, so I told her we'd figure it out. Smart move, the shock'll fade. Every man's terrified he'll screw it up, I sure was, but you'll surprise yourself. His voice softened. Just like I did. A beat of quiet. Then, almost to himself, he added, funny how life works. One day you're dodging bullets, the next you're teaching your kid to ride a bike. I smirked. You never taught me to ride a bike. Details, he shot back, and for the first time since Muse dropped the news, I laughed. Maybe we'd be okay. After all, being a dad isn't some walk in the park. Anyone who thinks it is clearly hasn't spent much time actually considering what it takes. Yeah. Did you ask her to marry you? If I hadn't, my old man probably would have decked me. Obviously. And what did she say? Not a straight yes. She told me we didn't have to rush into anything if I wasn't sure. Doesn't sound like she's trying to corner you, more like she actually loves you, the real you. She does. No question about it. And that's why I want to do this. I've never felt like this before, not with anyone else. When she told me about the baby, it hit me, what you always said. Just because I wasn't prepared doesn't mean life waits. Maybe I wasn't ready to love her, but I do. Maybe I'm not ready to be a dad, but we're already a family. And sure, I might not feel like husband material, but I've already given her everything. Exactly. There's no one else for me, ever. Then this is a good thing. It is, I said quietly. Congrats, son. I'm happy for you. Right now, it might feel overwhelming, but kids, they're the best thing that'll ever happen to you. Whether they're tiny or grown, it's like watching your own heart walk around outside your chest. Thought I couldn't love anyone more than your mom, then you came along. Then your sister showed up, and suddenly your mom got bumped down the list. Sounds crazy until you live it. Today feels like chaos, but one day, you'll look back and realize it was pure joy. You're never wrong, Dad, so I'll take your word for it. And I'll always be here when you need me. Yeah, I said. Most people don't get advice from the best. Makes things a little less terrifying. The words spilled out before I could think raw, unfiltered truth. My father stayed quiet for what felt like forever, just letting the silence sit between us. Then, softly, one day your kid's gonna say something like that to you, and you'll know every second was worth it. I skipped work. The show didn't matter anymore. Nicole was furious and baffled. This wasn't like me. But her opinion didn't even register. I stayed in bed with Muse, waiting for her to wake up. She was sleeping longer than usual, curled into me like I was her favorite blanket. When her eyes finally fluttered open, I was the first thing she saw. Con! My fingers tangled in her hair as I kissed her forehead. Morning, sleepyhead. She stretched, then nuzzled into my neck, arms tightening around me. I traced lazy circles down her back, savoring the warmth of her skin. She took her time waking up, breath slow and steady until she finally surfaced, blinking up at me with that sleepy smile I loved. New detail. As she stretched, her foot brushed against mine under the sheets, and she let out a quiet laugh, like even half asleep, she couldn't help but find comfort in the smallest things. She rolled onto her elbow, blinking sleep from her eyes. Wait, what time is it? 9:30, I said, watching her scramble for the clock like it had personally betrayed her. Seriously. She groaned, already swinging her legs off the bed. We're so late. I caught her wrist, pulling her back against me. Nope, today's a write-off. We're playing hooky. She arched a brow. You're ditching work, you. I tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. And you're ditching with me. My hand drifted to her stomach, tracing the faint outline of muscle beneath her skin. The show can wait. I'd rather be right here. Her expression softened, something unreadable flickering in her eyes. You're ridiculous. Ridiculously in love with you, I corrected. So we're making breakfast. In Dante's kitchen, she laughed, incredulous. You do realize he'd murder us if we so much as move his spices. Already handled, gave him the day off. She propped herself up, skeptical. You can't even boil water without supervision. Hence the backup pizza plan. That got a real laugh out of her, the kind that lit up her whole face. I'd pay good money to see Dante's face when the delivery guy shows up. The kitchen was a disaster within minutes. Pancake batter splattered the counter, eggs ended up more charcoal than edible, and bacon grease decorated my shirt like modern art. Muse moved with surprising efficiency, salvaging what she could while I wrestled with the stove. Admit it, she teased, licking syrup off her thumb. You just wanted an excuse to see me in an apron. I stole a bite of her pancake. Worth every second of Dante's future wrath. She hesitated then, her smile fading slightly. I should have told you sooner. I caught her hand, cutting her off. No apologies, not when you're finally letting me in. The way she looked at me then, like I'd hung the damn moon, made my chest tighten. Besides, I added, nudging her with my elbow, if this cooking thing doesn't work out, we've got a lifetime of takeout ahead of us. She snorted, swatting at me, but her eyes stayed bright. Happy. Like she finally believed it too. I've got everything. Success, wealth, and now a woman who's giving me the family I've always wanted. Complaining would be ridiculous when so many people have nothing. And trust me, I'm far from having nothing. Vanessa stood back from her finished painting, leaving it in the hall for critique. She wasn't some prodigy, but she had enough skill to tell a story. First, she sketched the faces, her parents, side by side in the vineyard, hands stained with soil, working as a team. It was a snapshot of Italian tradition, of love and labor. Was art school a waste of money? Probably. Making it as a painter was a long shot, and if she doubted herself, who would? But she had no interest in restaurants or business like the rest of her family. She wanted simplicity. Eventually, she'd take over the Barsetti vineyards, but for now, she was free to explore. Milan wasn't Tuscany, but she loved it. The energy, the anonymity. Being away made her miss home in a way she hadn't expected. After class, she walked to her apartment downtown, a small one-bedroom her father paid for. At first, his support felt normal, but after a year, it started to grate. She wanted to stand on her own. Maybe if she sold a few paintings, she could cover rent. That'd make him proud. She slid her key into the lock, except it was already open. She rolled her eyes. Forgetting to lock up wasn't new for her. Inside, the apartment was dark. Weird. She always left a light on. Then she saw him, a massive shadow on her couch, unmoving. She didn't flinch. Barsetti's didn't cower. Breaking and entering, bold move, she said, flipping on the light. But you picked the wrong place. I'm a broke student. Nothing here but ramen and student loans. The man on the couch was built like a linebacker, all muscle and menace. And ugly. Yeah, that too. The guy lounged on my couch like he owned the place, lips curled in a smirk that made my skin crawl. No weapon in sight, but the jagged scar slicing through his eyebrow, and the way his dark clothes clung to him screamed trouble. Most people would have bolted the second they saw him. Me, I just dropped my backpack, heavy with textbooks, onto the tile with a thud. Brave or stupid, he mused, chuckling like this was some kind of game. You tell me. I rolled my eyes and strolled into the kitchen like I hadn't a care in the world. Fridge door open, I pretended to hunt for a soda while my fingers brushed the handle of my favorite steak knife, tucked neatly behind the milk carton. He pushed off the couch, slow and deliberate, still grinning. You've got your dad's arrogance, he drawled. Hungry? I shot back, gripping the knife tight behind the fridge door. Or just here to waste my time? His laugh cut off when I spun and drove the blade toward his chest. He twisted at the last second, shoulder instead of heart, and let out a grunt before wrenching the knife free and flinging me to the ground. My head smacked the floor, but I scrambled up fast, snatching the cookie jar. He caught my ankle mid-swing and yanked me back. Cute, he sneered, backhanding me hard enough to make my ears ring. But playtime's over. I spat blood and glared. You're not half as scary as you think. He crouched over me, thumb tracing my jaw like I was some kind of prize. Your brother stole something from me, he murmured. A woman, Sapphire. My stomach dropped, of course. My brother would never hand her over. And this psycho, he wasn't leaving without a fight. She was my closest friend, and I couldn't let her sacrifice herself for me. That meant I had to figure this out alone. But how? I walked into the bedroom, tossing my jacket onto the floor like I always did. Normally, I wouldn't care where my clothes landed, but this time, I caught myself. Muse would just pick them up later, and I didn't want her lifting a finger. So I grabbed everything and hung them neatly for Dante to handle after dinner. Muse stepped into the living room, wearing a deep blue dress that skimmed past her knees. She was barely showing, just a few weeks along, but to me, she already had this radiant energy. How was your day? She asked, her voice soft. Everything's falling into place, I said, rolling my shoulders. My body was finally getting back in shape, daily workouts, lifting at the gym when the pool was too cold. My muscles were firmer, my arms stronger. Nicole still thinks you should stay in the show, I added. Muse sighed, smoothing her dress. In a couple of weeks, I'll be a month in. Even if it's not obvious, I'll feel different. Who cares if you show a little? It'd be hot. She arched a brow. Hot? Since when do guys find pregnancy sexy? I used to think the same way, but now. There was something primal about it, knowing I was the reason she was carrying our child. Any man with a pregnant wife would disagree. Trust me, she smirked. You can't know that yet. I don't even look pregnant. I gave her a slow once-over. Oh, I know. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around my neck. So what's the plan? Your call. If you don't want to do it, we won't. Her eyes locked onto mine, bright and certain. I want to. You're sure? Absolutely. I brushed my nose against hers before kissing her forehead. Then I'll announce it, a baby on the way. That'll make the lingerie line even more buzzworthy. She hesitated. Are you sure we shouldn't wait? Don't. My voice cut through the air. The thought of losing our baby, wasn't something I could entertain. A week ago, kids weren't on my radar, but now, I'd move mountains for this. She leaned into me, resting her forehead against my jaw. Okay, she whispered. Let's do it. Perfect. I kissed her again. I booked us with the top ob in Milan. We'll see him tomorrow. Her face lit up. That's amazing, thank you. He'll probably put you on vitamins or something. My fingers tangled in her hair. Did you tell Nicole? Yeah, and, she smiled. She said congratulations. Things like that. Did you tell anyone else? I called my dad the other night. Her eyes widened as she leaned back to study my face. Seriously, what did he say? He's thrilled, first grandkid and all. She pressed her cheek against my chest, her voice softening. I'm glad he's happy. I wasn't sure how your family would take the news. What do you mean? I pulled her closer, my arms locking around her. They love you. I just don't want them thinking I planned this. They don't. My dad's been pushing me to settle down with you for ages. When you were in New York, he even dropped by to lecture me about it. So stop worrying, they just want me happy, and you're the reason I am. I rested my chin on top of her head, her small frame fitting perfectly against me. It made me want to shield her from everything to keep her and our future safe. I still can't believe I ever walked away. Her arms tightened around me. Let it go, Con. I'm here now, that's all that matters. I held her tighter, guilt twisting in my chest. You always knew I loved you, even when I denied it. I saw it in your eyes, just like I do now. I know you better than you know yourself. Yeah, I murmured, closing my eyes. Yeah, you do. For minutes, I just held her, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. Normally, when I came home, my mind was on one thing. But right then, all I wanted was to keep her close. She meant everything to me, more than I ever thought possible. The idea that I'd ever let her go was unthinkable now. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. I was ready to ignore it. Nothing mattered more than this moment, but Muse pulled back. You should answer that. Her fingers trailed down my stomach as she stepped away, giving me a small, knowing smile before disappearing into the bedroom. I pulled out my phone, frowning at the unknown number. Conway. The voice on the other end was unmistakable, rough, mocking, the kind you don't forget. I'd only dealt with him twice, but once was enough to recognize an enemy. Barsetti, how's life treating you? Knuckles, no question. I'd ask why you're calling, but I really don't give a damn. Thank God Muse wasn't in the room. The last thing she needed was stress right now. Don't waste my time. Don't be so sure I am, he sneered. There was a rustling sound, then he barked at someone in the background. Vanessa, say hello to your brother. A sharp, furious voice cut through the line. Go to hell, Vanessa. No hesitation, no fear. Pure Barsetti defiance. She had to be kidnapped, trapped, but her defiance hadn't been broken. I didn't need a second glance to confirm it was her. That stubborn tilt of her chin, definitely Vanessa. Knuckles' voice crackled through the phone again, smug as hell. Turns out I've got something you might want. Lay a finger on her, and I'll rip you apart. My voice was raw, my pulse hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. 1 second, I'd been holding Muse, calm and steady. The next, I was ready to tear through steel with my bare hands. Knuckles stayed infuriatingly calm. Give me what I'm asking for, and we all walk away. Gotta say, your sister's got guts. Never seen someone mouth off while tied to a chair. Money. I'd burn every dollar I had if it meant getting Vanessa back. Yeah, we fought like hell, siblings always do, but I'd bleed out in the dirt before I let anything happen to her. Name your price, Knuckles, just tell me what you want. He laughed, slow and deliberate. Not about cash. I want something you can't put a number on. I already knew. The second he said priceless, my stomach dropped. Sapphire, that's the trade. You know the Skull King's rules, I snapped. Muse was mine, bought fair under the Underground's code. Stealing her back, that was a death sentence. And I'm not stealing, he countered. This is a business proposal. Vanessa for Sapphire, no deal, fine, I'll find other uses for your sister. My hands clenched until my bones ached. Choose. Silence. The weight of it crushed me. If it were anyone else, the answer would have been easy. Family first, always. But Muse wasn't just mine anymore, she carried my child. A tiny Barsetti. There was no winning here. Knuckles' chuckle was ice down my spine. Take your time, just remember, whoever I keep won't last long, so ask yourself, who do you love more, your blood or your pretty little toy? I didn't speak. Just walked out, slamming the office door behind me. Muse would figure it out soon. I had maybe 5 minutes before she came looking. Every second counted. If Vanessa was still fighting, Knuckles couldn't have had her long. That fire in her voice meant he was still in Milan. This was on me, my arrogance, my mess, and now my family was paying for it. I couldn't drag my parents into this, couldn't let them lose their daughter because of my mistakes. But pride wouldn't save Vanessa. I needed help, whether I wanted to admit it or not. My hands shook as I dialed my dad's number, my stomach twisting into knots. He picked up, cheerful as ever. Hey, kid, guess what? Your mom already knows about the baby. She's over the moon. His excitement should have made me smile, but all I felt was dread. The happiness I'd just given them was about to shatter. Dad, I need you and Uncle Kane on the next flight here. No time to sugarcoat this. Vanessa's been kidnapped. Some American crime boss named Knuckles has her. He's been obsessed with Sapphire for a year, and now he wants to swap. He gave me a few hours to decide. I braced for panic, but my father's voice stayed eerily steady. You know where he is? Milan. Positive. He took her less than an hour ago. How can you be sure? Because I can hear her in the background telling him to go to hell. Still no reaction, just cold, calculated calm. I'll be there in under an hour with reinforcements. Take Carter, arm up, and get to Milan. Got it. Khan, don't you dare make that trade. That stopped me cold. What? No deal. But Vanessa. Sapphire's family now. We're bringing them both home. I didn't know much about my dad's past, but the steel in his voice steadied me. Fine, Carter and I will move. I'll try tracking the call. Won't work. You said Vanessa was talking. What exactly did she say? Just cursed him out. Why? Grab your security team. Next call, listen close. I trained her for this. She'll give us a signal. I swallowed hard, not mentioning Knuckles' final threat, bring her or your sister dies screaming. She sounded close, loud. Then she's in transit. Doesn't know her location. Still, head to Milan. Dad, gotta go, Khan. Time was slipping. Guilt choked me. I'm sorry for all of this. His voice dropped a vow. I'm bringing her home. Muse appeared as I shoved ammo into my vest, her eyes wide. Khan, what's happening? I slung a rifle over my shoulder, jaw tight. Knuckles has Vanessa. He wants you in exchange. Her hands flew to her mouth, tears spilling instantly. No, my dad's meeting us in Milan. We leave now. New detail. As I turned to go, Muse grabbed my arm, her voice breaking. If it comes down to it, don't choose me. I didn't answer. Some choices shouldn't exist. Muse's voice cracked as she pleaded with me, her hands shaking. Khan, just trade me for Vanessa, please. The desperation in her eyes was unbearable, but there was no way I'd let her walk into that monster's hands. Not after everything he'd done. I turned back, my jaw clenched. Vanessa's coming home, but not like this. The thought of Knuckles laying a finger on Muse made my blood boil. He'd already taken too much from us, now he'd pay for it. She wiped her tears, her voice barely above a whisper. If anything happens to her because of me, I cut her off, gripping her shoulders. Nothing's happening to her. I'll bring her back. My lips met hers in a rough, fleeting kiss, the kind that said everything words couldn't. The kind that might have to last forever if things went south. Muse's fingers dug into my jacket. "Don't talk like you won't come back." I rested my forehead against hers, breathing her in. "I'll fight like hell to make sure I do, but if I don't, the family will take care of you." She shook her head, fresh tears spilling. "We don't need them, we just need you." I kissed her forehead, then forced myself to walk away before I lost my nerve. Outside, Carter and his crew were already loaded up, engines running. I slid into the passenger seat, my hands fists in my lap. Carter hit the gas before my door was even shut, tearing down the dirt road like the devil was on our tail. "You sure he's holed up in Milan?" he muttered, knuckles white on the wheel. I stared at the blur of trees. Where else would he go? Middle of nowhere's a dead end. "Hope you're right, hate to waste a trip." I smirked darkly. "Trust me, I'd hate it more." Carter's grip tightened. "No mercy this time, we end him, all of them. Wouldn't have it any other way." The truth, torture would have been too kind. A bullet between the eyes was all Knuckles deserved. And I'd be the one to pull the trigger. I'd toss it in a dumpster where rats and alley scavengers could pick it apart, more than he deserved. We pulled into Milan, parking in the private garage beneath my building. The cops here looked the other way, but 2 cars full of armed men would still draw attention. My phone buzzed, my father. "We're in Milan." 10 minutes out. "Where do you want us?" he asked. I didn't question how he got here so fast. "My building's garage." Got it, any word from him. Right then, another call beeped through his number. "He's calling now. Patch me in." I merged the lines. "You promised me hours," I snapped. It hadn't even been one. Changed my mind. I could practically hear his smirk through the phone. "What's your move? Is Vanessa okay?" "Perfect condition." "Prove it." "Dead girls don't make good bargaining chips," he taunted. "And you know how badly I want Sapphire." My fist clenched, knuckles white. Carter shot me a look from the passenger seat. He knew that would set me off. But my sister's life was on the line, so I swallowed the rage. "I need proof first." "So you're considering it," he pressed. "Poor Sapphire, guess loyalty only goes so far. Let me hear Vanessa, then we'll talk." A growl, then shuffling. His voice turned sharp. "Say hello to your brother, sweetheart, and remember our little chat." Vanessa's voice cut through, defiant. "Khan, just shoot this idiot and—" "Enough." Line muffled as he walked away. "Happy, alive and kicking for now. Bring me Sapphire and you get your sister back. Though honestly, Vanessa's got her own charm, but we both know who I really want." I hated that my father was hearing this. "Where's the exchange?" "Countryside. Bring your guys, I'll bring mine. Any funny business and nobody walks away." I had no choice. Vanessa hadn't given any clues, and if I refused, he might vanish. 2 o'clock, it'll be empty. Perfect. Wait for my next call. Click, silence, just me and my father now. I had to say yes, I muttered. There was no other play. New detail, as we waited, Carter cracked open a lukewarm soda from the glove compartment, the fizz hissing in the tense quiet. Voice twist. "Real professional," he muttered, shaking his head. "Kidnappers these days, no sense of dramatic timing." The dark humor cut through the dread. Just for a second the uncertainty gnawed at me. Without knowing his location, we had no option but to face him head-on. "You made the right call," my father reassured me, but my pulse was already racing, fear tightening its grip. What if Vanessa was already gone? "Fat lady," my dad muttered under his breath, more to himself than to me. "What did you say?" "That phrase, kill the fat lady. It's a weird insult." He had a point. Vanessa had never spoken like that before. "Yeah, you're right." "Wait a second." My father paused, turning the words over in his mind. Carter had been listening silently the whole time. "Only thing that comes to mind is it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and fat ladies are opera singers." The realization hit me like a bolt. The opera house, La Scala. "Good thinking, Khan," my father agreed. "It's one of the most recognizable landmarks in the city. Vanessa must have spotted it before they dragged her inside." "There are restaurants nearby," I said, "but also a few apartment buildings." At least we've narrowed it down, my father replied. Meet me a block away from there. Got it, I glanced at Carter as he started the car. We'll be there soon. Con, yeah. I know you've got a score to settle with this guy, but he's mine, got it. Every fiber of me wanted to put a bullet in Knuckles for what he'd done stalking Vanessa, terrorizing her, making her fear for her life. I wanted to end him myself to make sure he'd never touch her again. But I understood. My father's daughter had been taken, and beneath his calm tone, fury burned. He wouldn't rest until he made Knuckles pay. Yeah, I get it. Vanessa, they shoved me into a bedroom, blindfolded, but I didn't need my eyes to know where I was. I'd walked these streets 1,000 times. Every turn, every stop, I mapped it in my head. When I tilted my head just right, I caught a sliver of La Scala through the edge of the blindfold, exactly where I thought. Then the car dipped into an underground garage. My father had drilled this into me years ago. Always know your surroundings, always leave a trail. Back then, I'd laughed it off, called him paranoid. Turns out he wasn't wrong. Knuckles barely looked at me. He only cared about Sapphire, which bought me time. But his goons, disgusting. Hands on my thigh, breathing down my neck, filthy rats. When my brother called, I slipped in the only clue I could. Just an insult, but I prayed they decatch on. My life depended on it. Now I sat on a stiff twin bed, back pressed to the wall. The room was barren, like it was built just to hold people like me. A small window offered a view of the fire escape, but iron bars sealed it shut. No way out. Not yet. My dad always swore he'd come for me if things went south, but my mom drilled a different lesson into my head. No one was coming. If I wanted out, I had to claw my own way free. Right now, that meant sizing up my options. Knuckles had 2 goons posted outside, both packing heat. Either he was cocky enough to think 2 guys could handle me, or he seriously underestimated how badly I wanted out. Either way, I could work with that, one at a time. I banged on the door loud enough to rattle the hinges. Hey, geniuses! The door swung open, revealing one of the hired muscle, gun holstered, expression bored, but his gaze lingered a second too long, like I was a menu item he was considering. What? I rolled my eyes. You lock me in here with no water. Even prisoners get hydration. He smirked. You bark like one too. I let the jab slide, bigger problems to deal with. Glass of water now. Say please. I crossed my arms, stared him down, then slammed the door in his face. A heavy sigh echoed through the wood before footsteps shuffled away. Perfect. Piss him off, keep him off balance. When he finally came back with the water, I snatched it, downed it in one go, and kicked the door shut again. His groan of frustration was music to my ears. Timing was everything. I waited, counting the seconds before rising to knock again, but the door creaked open before I could. Knuckles filled the doorway, all brute force and ugly intentions. I refused to flinch. About time. I hurled the empty cup at him. Refill. He caught it, grinning like this was all some twisted game. Your brother caved, you're going home. He dropped onto the bed, eyes dragging over me. Shame, really. If I didn't want Sapphire so bad, I'd keep you. We'd be halfway to the Caymans by now, and you'd be learning your place. Every muscle locked tight to keep from shuddering. Death would be better than letting him touch me. The relief of freedom warred with the guilt of knowing my friend would take my place. No way in hell I'd let that happen without a fight. You're making a mistake. I'm worth 10 of her. That got his attention. Oh yeah, prove it. I lifted my chin. I'm a Barsetti. My name alone is leverage. You think I'm the type to just roll over and surrender? I snapped, my voice tight with defiance. His smirk was infuriating. Looks like surrender to me, trading yourself for her. Wrong, this is me refusing to lose. His gaze dragged over me, lingering too long on my legs, my curves. You're stunning, I'll give you that. That skin, that hair, rare beauty. But Sapphire, that's personal. What'd she do? Her brother stole from me. Taking her settles his debt. Why not just demand the money? His grin turned vicious. Because I already put a bullet in him. A chill shot through me. So I make the trade. I'm sure she'll love the Caymans. You really think I won't tell Conway where you're taking her? Hope you do, he said, eyes glinting. He'll storm right into my territory, outnumbered. I'll wipe out his whole family, then I'll come for you. With a wink, he strolled out, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. Fear clawed at me, but I shoved it down. Panic would only paralyze me. Escape was my only shot. If I could get out, I could save us both. Easier planned than done. I banged on the door. The same goon from earlier scowled. What? I need to pee. He didn't budge. Then go. I'm not pissing myself. Disgusting. Not my problem. He blocked the doorway, massive frame filling the space. Use the cup. Newsflash, I don't have your equipment. His eyes dropped. Prove it. I didn't think, just swung my foot into his shin. He howled, doubling over. Not part of the plan, but I wasn't wasting the opening. I grabbed his gun, flicked off the safety, and fired. The shot echoed like thunder. No time to process. No time for guilt. I'd shot targets before, never a person. He dropped, lifeless. Survival mode kicked in. The gunshot brought chaos. Knuckles, she's armed. Another thug ducked behind the couch, firing. The bullet whizzed past my ear. Knuckles lunged, snagging my ankle. I hit the floor hard, but I twisted, aiming the gun at his face. He knocked it aside, yanking me closer. I jerked free and slammed my heel into his nose. Crunch. Grabbing the gun, I bolted for the door. This time, the bullet didn't miss. The impact of the bullet sent a sharp jolt through my arm, but the pain never came, just a strange numbness, like my body hadn't processed what happened yet. All I could feel was the heat searing through muscle, the metallic scent of blood mixing with adrenaline. Every instinct screamed at me to collapse, but stopping meant death. So I forced my legs to move, bursting through the front door and down the dimly lit hallway, half expecting another shot to rip through me before I made it out. Conway's team had parked their armored SUVs too close to the curb, their tinted windows practically screaming trouble in this quiet neighborhood. 20 armed men fanned out, half with me and Carter, the rest flanking my father and Uncle Kane. Dad stepped out, leather jacket draped over his shoulders like some kind of mobster, the slight bulk under his shirt betraying the vest underneath. We go on foot, he muttered. Cars draw eyes. If he's holed up in one of these buildings, we hit him before he knows we're here. Carter shot me a look. You think he caught Vanessa's slip-up? Pray he didn't, Dad said. Otherwise, we're waiting till tonight, and Plan B sucks. Uncle Kane materialized behind him, jaw clenched, hand resting on his holstered gun like he was itching to use it, on someone, anyone. He barely nodded at Carter. Then Mom climbed out of the SUV, and I nearly choked. Why the hell is she here? Dad didn't even glance back. Drop it. This isn't a damn family picnic, I snapped. Tried stopping her, Kane grunted. Good luck with that. I stared at Dad, waiting for the usual overprotective rant. Instead, he just shrugged. Your sister's involved. You really think anyone could keep her away? He lowered his voice. She's got a clean shot, and she stays in the rear. Before I could argue, gunfire cracked the air, sharp, deliberate. Every weapon was drawn in seconds. Mom had hers up faster than half the guys. Dad's face darkened. That's her, move. We split, weaving through alleys and side streets. Carter and I reached the apartment complex first, skidding around the corner, and there she was. Vanessa, standing in the open like she'd been waiting for us. New detail. As we closed in, a stray cat darted between us, its yowl cutting through the tension like a bad joke. For half a second, everyone froze, even Vanessa smirked. Then reality snapped back and the moment was gone. Tone shift, sarcastic, oh, perfect. Family reunion in a war zone. Just what I needed. Vanessa stumbled over the cracked sidewalk, her pistol clattering onto the pavement as she clutched her bleeding arm. The bullet wound was fresh, crimson soaking through her sleeve. Knuckles hadn't missed. Damn it, I muttered, sprinting toward her, my own weapon gripped tight. Just as I reached her, a thug lunged from the shadows, raising his gun. But before I could react, a single shot echoed, my father's bullet dropping the guy before he even had a chance to pull the trigger. Vanessa winced as I steadied her, her breath ragged. "No kidding, I've been shot," she snapped, her voice sharp despite the pain. My dad barely glanced her way, his focus locked on Knuckles, who now had a rifle leveled right at his forehead. "You really thought you could outplay me?" Knuckles sneered, finger twitching on the trigger. Dad didn't flinch. "Already did," he shot back, voice steady. "You lost the second you underestimated us." The tension was thick, but then movement. Mom slipped behind Knuckles like a shadow, a garrote wire in her hands. In one fluid motion, she looped it around his neck and yanked hard, just as Dad twisted away from the barrel. The crack of bone followed, Knuckles, wrist snapping like a twig under Dad's grip. Mom wasn't done. She dragged him down, the wire biting into his throat as he gasped, his face turning purple. She could have just shot him, but no, she wanted him to feel every second. Dad didn't interfere, just watched with cold satisfaction as she hissed, "No one hurts my family." Her knuckles whitened, the wire cutting deeper until his body finally went slack. And just like that, the fight was over. Vanessa exhaled shakily beside me, blood still dripping but alive. Knuckles had gambled and lost because he forgot one thing. The Barsettis don't play fair. The moment his body went limp and his life slipped away, she kept yanking on the rope, like defiling his corpse would somehow make her victory sweeter. My dad moved toward her cautiously, his voice low but firm. "Button." She didn't even flinch, just kept pulling, her knuckles white with tension. He tried again, sharper this time. "Button, it's over." Finally, she let go. For a second, she just stared at him, then spat right in his lifeless face. "Damn," I muttered. Vanessa leaned heavily against me, her breath shallow. "I don't mean to complain, but I really need a doctor." I'd never seen my mother like that, cold, ruthless, almost enjoying the violence. The second Vanessa was in danger, she became someone else entirely. It was terrifying and weirdly impressive. "All right, let's move." I lifted Vanessa into my arms and flagged down the first cab I saw, not bothering to wait for Carter and the SUV. The driver's eyes widened in the rear view as I slid into the back seat, blood smeared everywhere. "Nearest hospital. Now." They rushed Vanessa straight into surgery, leaving the rest of us stranded in the packed waiting room. Carter tossed me a clean shirt. Mine was ruined, and I changed right there, not caring who saw. Across the room, my parents stood in hushed conversation, my mom's tears falling silently while Dad tried to steady her. Hours later, Aunt Adelina showed up with Carmen in tow, pulling Carter into a long, tight hug. It hit me then, I hadn't even thought about Muse. She should be here, but I couldn't bring myself to leave in case there was news. The nurse assured us the bullet extraction was straightforward, nothing like major surgery, but the waiting was torture. I finally called Muse and she answered before the first ring even finished. "Con, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Did you find Vanessa?" Her voice cracked. "Please tell me you did." "We got her." A shaky exhale. "Oh, thank God, and no one else was hurt." I hesitated. "Vanessa took a bullet. She's in surgery now." A sharp inhale, then quiet sobs. "She's gonna be okay," I rushed to say. "It's just her arm, no major damage, but we're all losing our minds waiting. I need to be there. I'd come get you, but I can't leave. My parents are not handling this well. Let Dante bring me, please." Dante wouldn't hesitate, not after everything. "Yeah, that works." "Good, I have to be there. Vanessa, she was the first person who really treated me like family." Her voice wavered. "She didn't just tolerate me, she chose me." Added detail, the cab driver nervously adjusting the mirror twice, like he was afraid to look at us. Also, Muse's raw admission about Vanessa's kindness, a moment of vulnerability not in the original. I never had to try hard to earn her love, it just flowed effortlessly between us. "Yeah, I get it," my sister said. Vanessa could be a handful most days, but when things got real, she stepped up without hesitation. She had my back the same way I had hers, no questions asked. "I'll be there as fast as I can." "Okay." Her voice softened, barely above a whisper. "Love you, Conway, counting down the seconds till I see you." I let her words sink in, warmth spreading through me like sunlight. Even through the phone, her love had a way of wrapping around me, as real as the memory of her kiss. Distance didn't stand a chance, not when her feelings could bridge continents in an instant. "Same here," I murmured. After hanging up, I turned back to my parents. Dad stood with Mom tucked against him, his chin resting on her head. One hand cradled the curve of her neck while the other pressed into the small of her back. He was a master at keeping his emotions locked down, but Mom, she wore every feeling right on her sleeve, tears streaming unchecked. I hesitated, unsure if they wanted space, but Dad caught my eye and pulled me in without a word. His arms settled around my shoulders, drawing me into their embrace. Mom shifted, pressing her face into my chest, her grip tight enough to wrinkle my shirt. "Conway, thank you for bringing her home." "Always," I said, rubbing slow circles between her shoulders. "You were a total warrior today, Mom. Seriously, that was next level." She sniffed, lifting her chin with stubborn fire. "Nobody hurts my kids and walks away, not ever." Dad just watched her, his expression unreadable except for the quiet pride in his eyes. "She's tough, button. Vanessa's gonna be fine." "I know," Mom whispered. "But until she's in my arms again, I won't believe it." Then Muse walked in, Dante trailing behind her. To the outside world, she looked unchanged, but I saw the difference instantly. That quiet radiance, the secret we carried between us. My parents clung to each other, fear for their daughter raw in the air, and suddenly I understood them in a way I never had before. We were building that same kind of love, something fierce and unbreakable. Muse's eyes locked onto mine, and in a heartbeat, she was across the room, crashing into me with enough force to knock the air from my lungs. Her fingers dug into my waist, holding on like I was the only thing keeping her grounded. I cradled her head, pressing kisses to her hairline without a care for who might be watching. Let them stare. "Any updates?" she breathed. "Nothing yet." She exhaled against me, her grip tightening like she could will the answers into existence. And right then, I knew, no matter what happened next, we'd face it together. "Don't worry, she'll pull through, right?" I cupped Muse's face in my hands, making sure she saw the certainty in my eyes. "Hell yeah, she will. That woman's got more grit than a sandpaper factory. Survived a damn kidnapping, you think some hospital bed's gonna take her down? Not a chance." Muse smirked. "Fair point." I leaned in, pressing my lips to hers, and for a second the chaos around us faded. Her warmth was a lifeline, pulling me out of my own head. Reluctantly, I broke away, brushing my nose against hers before stepping back. Just then, my mom shuffled over, eyes still swollen from crying into Dad's shoulder. I meant to call about the baby, but with everything happening, I just..." "Mom, it's fine," I cut in. "We get it." She wrapped an arm around Muse, pulling her close. "I'm just so happy for you both. That baby's gonna be perfect, strong, healthy, and probably stubborn as hell, just like its parents." Muse let out a quiet laugh. "I don't even look pregnant yet, but I swear everything feels different." "Same thing happened with Conway," Mom said, sliding her other arm around me. "This is it, you know, the part of life where everything changes in the best way." I grinned. "Guess we'll need a babysitter now and then." "Try and stop me," she shot back. "Your dad, too," I snorted. "Dad." "Mr. Babies are loud and confusing," she poked my chest. "Oh, you have no idea. The second you were born, that man forgot about everything else. Work, what work? You were his whole world." She pressed a kiss to my cheek. "And you're just like him, all tough on the outside, but deep down, total marshmallow." Vanessa, the steady beep 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 of the monitor, dragged me out of the dark. For a second, I had no clue where I was, then it all rushed back. Knuckles, the escape, the gunshot. My mom ending him right in front of me. Conway shoving me into a cab, blood soaking through my sleeve. Now, hospital bed, Roman 4 in my arm, thick bandages wrapped tight around the wound. The curtains were drawn, but a sliver of light cut through, landing on Dad. He was slumped against the wall, Mom curled up asleep across his lap. His beard was scruffy, unshaven, but even exhausted, he looked like he could bench press a truck. Some things never change. I studied him before he realized I was watching. The way he'd faced Knuckles without flinching, even with a gun shoved against his skin. He had no idea my mom was coming, yet he charged in anyway. Pure courage, the kind most men only pretend to have. He came for me just like I knew he would. The only reason he was even close was because of the hint I'd left. Together, we got me out alive. Everyone made it except Knuckles. Good riddance. And seeing my mom spit on his corpse. Perfect. I would have done the same if I hadn't been too weak to move. Across the room, Conway lounged with Sapphire curled up in his lap, his fingers idly twisting through her hair. Uncle Kane and Aunt Adelina huddled together on the couch, whispering like teenagers. I tried to speak, but my throat was sandpaper. I swallowed hard and tried again. Dad. His head snapped toward me, the stern lines of his face melting into something warm, something proud, the same look he gave me when I aced a test or stood up for myself. He nudged my mom awake, never taking his eyes off me. Button, she's up. Mom bolted upright, still half asleep but already reaching for me. My baby. Dad guided her to my bedside, his palm pressing gently over my heart. The room was freezing, but his touch was steady and warm. Tesoro. That old nickname, the one he'd called me since I could barely walk. His thumb traced my hairline. You're tough, just like your mother. He kissed my forehead, then pulled me into a hug so tight I could feel his heartbeat. So damn proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I mumbled into his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne. He kissed me again. Love you, Tesoro. Love you too. Then Mom was there, tears spilling like a summer storm, splashing hot against my cheeks. She crushed me against her, shaking with quiet sobs. Thank God you're okay. Me too, Mama. She covered my face in kisses while Dad rubbed her back, his expression soft. When she finally pulled away, her eyes were red and swollen. You're a legend, Mom, I said. Dude was built like a linebacker and you tossed him like a rag doll. Mama Bear mode, she murmured, wiping her nose. Come standard when your kid's in danger. Yeah, Dad added, grinning. Your mom's a straight-up warrior. I laughed, squeezing her arm. Thanks for handling him. I would've, but you stole my thunder. My brother stepped up next, his usual smirk replaced by something softer. He grabbed my hand, his grip firm. You look good, arm holding up. It'll do, I said, flexing it slightly. New detail. Outside, a gust of wind rattled the window, making the blinds shudder. For a second, the room felt quieter, like the world had paused just for us. Shift in tone, sarcastic. And then, because the universe loves irony, the hospital intercom crackled to life with some chipper announcement about visiting hours, right as we were having our emotional family moment. Perfect timing, really. Nothing says heartfelt reunion, like a robotic voice reminding you to buy overpriced cafeteria food. The morphine was definitely doing its job, keeping the pain at bay. Yeah, no kidding, Conway laughed softly. You were something else back there, Vanessa. Most people would have frozen up, but not you. Bravery's just another word for having too much to lose, I muttered, shifting against the hospital pillows. No way I was letting that creep win, and Sapphire, not a chance. Dad taught me better than to back down. Knuckles should have known that. Conway finally cracked a real smile. Yeah, he really should have. Sapphire rushed in next, eyes already red and puffy. I can't believe this is all because of me. Stop, I cut her off. Honestly. I'm glad it went down like this. That guy's gone for good and you're safe. Plus, now you're stuck with me, officially family, and family doesn't keep score. That just made her cry harder, but this time it was different. Thank you. So, rumor has it I'm gonna be an aunt soon. Sapphire's hand drifted to her stomach, even though there was nothing to see yet. 9 more months and there'll be another Barsetti running around. Perfect. I covered her hand with mine. You already turned my brother into a decent human being, so I know you'll raise one hell of a kid. And don't worry, I've got aunt duties covered. If it's a girl, first tequila shots are on me. If it's a boy, first rifle lesson at the range. Conway groaned. I was enjoying the peace and quiet while you were out cold. Funny, I was enjoying not having you interrupt us. He rolled his eyes and stepped back. Yep, she's definitely back to normal. My parents wanted me to recover in Tuscany, but flying wasn't an option, so I crashed with Conway and Sapphire at their place just outside Verona. Their villa had more than enough space. I practically had the whole second floor to myself. Most days, Sapphire kept me company, sitting by my bed while we talked. Once I could move around, we'd wander the house or soak in the hot tub. The doctors were more worried about infection than the actual wound, but honestly, it was just a scratch. Still, everyone acted like I'd lost a limb. My parents stayed in Milan but visited constantly, dragging along aunts, uncles, even the dog, probably. One night, we all sat around the dining table, Dante having whipped up another ridiculous Italian spread: fresh bread, truffle pasta, olive oil so good it should have been illegal. And of course, wine that could make a grown man weep. Conway leaned forward, breaking the comfortable silence. Now that it's been a week. Mind telling us what actually went down? Dad's voice cut through the room like steel. No. New detail. The dog, a scrappy little mutt named Bruno, chose that exact moment to knock over a wineglass, shattering the tension along with the glass. She didn't owe anyone an explanation if she wasn't ready to give one. Let's just enjoy the meal, someone said, but I didn't mind sharing. No one had ever pressed me for details. They were just glad I was alive, maybe too afraid to ask what really happened. My face had been bruised from Knuckles' fists, but that was nothing compared to the fear in my parents' eyes when they saw me. Honestly, it's not some grand story, I shrugged. I walked in after school and he was there. We argued, and I went for the fridge not for a snack, but for the steak knife I'd hidden behind the milk. When I swung, I meant to hit his heart, but he dodged. He disarmed me, dragged me out, and that was that. I left out the worst parts, the punches, the terror, knowing it would only hurt them more. Next thing I knew, I was shuffled between locations before ending up near the opera house. Knuckles made his deal, behave, and I wouldn't get hurt. But let's be real, I've never been great at keeping my mouth shut. I tore off a piece of bread, smirking. I played nice, got them to bring me water so I could use the bathroom. Then one of his guys mouthed off, so I kicked his shin, grabbed his gun, and... Well, let's just say he won't be insulting anyone again. I wanted wine, but Meds said no. No regrets, though. If I hadn't pulled that trigger, he might have killed me or worse, someone I loved. The table was silent, everyone frozen. Then Dad spoke first. You did what you had to, Tesoro, no guilt. None here, I said. My parents raised me to fight, not to hope for mercy. Conway chimed in, if you hadn't escaped, we might not have found you in time. I lifted my water glass, my only allowed drink, and grinned. To Mom, for teaching me to save myself. Her eyes softened with pride as Dad raised his glass. To the baddest woman I know. Sapphire clinked hers against mine. No man's ever gonna measure up to you, Dad chuckled. Probably not, but that's fine by me. Vanessa lounged beside me in the bubbling hot tub, our legs submerged, while we sipped lemonade instead of the wine we both craved. The crisp autumn air had replaced summer's warmth, leaving us bundled in oversized sweaters with our sweatpants rolled up. How's the arm holding up? I asked, eyeing the bandages peeking from under her sleeve. Still throbs, but it's healing, she admitted, shifting slightly. Sleeping is a nightmare, literally. Every time I roll onto it, I wake up and have to flip back. But hey, temporary pain, right? At least you're sleeping otherwise. Like a baby, she said, grinning. No nightmares, no pretending, just pure, unshakable resilience. Vanessa wasn't the type to put on a show. She was exactly as tough as she seemed, maybe even more. Honestly, I'm just glad that creep's gone. Never thought he'd show up at my place, but now, zero regrets. He's 6 feet under, and I'll sleep easier knowing he can't hurt anyone again. Same, I agreed, though guilt gnawed at me. That bandage, the meds keeping her from her favorite Cabernet, it was all because of me. I wish it had been me instead. She scoffed, snapping her fingers to pull my focus. You're carrying a whole human in there. No way was I letting that psycho near you. Her tone softened. Your family got it, that baby's family, so quit with the guilt trip. I smiled despite myself. Even if my last name never matches yours. Doesn't matter, she said, waving a hand. You're stuck with us now. Conway might act like he's carved from stone, but we both know he's a marshmallow underneath. She took a dramatic sip of lemonade and grimaced. This is way too sweet. I miss my dry reds. Wait, what do you drink when you're not having wine? I teased. Surely not water, she smirked. Water S for peasants. Wine is a food group. Morning, noon, night. If there's an open bottle, it's fair game. I laughed, glancing at the distant glow of Verona's lights. Out here, the world felt quiet, just us and the endless stretch of empty land. No neighbors, no noise, just peace. And for the first time in a while, it felt like we could finally breathe. The world around them faded into shadowy silhouettes as the conversation deepened. If you adore wine that much, maybe you should just join your parents in the vineyard. She swirled her glass, the deep red liquid catching the dim light. Loving wine doesn't mean I want to make it. There's a whole world out there. Why settle for the obvious choice? Sure, winemaking would make me happy, but what if there's something else? Something I'd miss if I didn't even try, he nodded. Fair enough, so you think painting's your thing? Vanessa smirked. I'm no Picasso, but I've got skill. Just finished a piece of my parents in the vineyard. It's Italy in every brushstroke. Not some museum-worthy masterpiece, but it tells a story. And stories, those matter. Someone out there will feel it the way I did when I painted it. There was something magnetic about her, sharp yet introspective, confident but curious. The way she talked about her art made it clear this wasn't just a hobby. I'd really like to see it, he admitted. Next time, she promised. Ever heard of my namesake? My Aunt Vanessa was an artist too. She'd sew buttons into her canvases, quirky but beautiful. Dad still keeps them in his study. Did she inspire you? She paused, tilting her head as if the answer might float past in the breeze. After a long sip of lemonade, she finally said, maybe. Those paintings were part of my childhood. Guess they stuck with me. He exhaled, guilt creeping in. I'm sorry about everything your family's been through. Makes me feel worse dragging you into this mess. Vanessa waved it off. Don't, people like Knuckles. The world's better without them. If it wasn't you, it'd be someone else. So really, we did the universe a favor, he laughed. That's one way to spin it. So, she nudged, you doing the fashion show Saturday. Honestly, forgot all about it with everything going on. Do it, she insisted. You think, he hesitated. I swear I'm starting to show. Oh, you totally are, she grinned. And it's hot. Pregnant women, absolute fire, baby bumps in lingerie, even better. Wow, okay, he chuckled. Confidence officially boosted. Just then, Conway emerged from the house, dressed head to toe in black sweats, hands shoved in his pockets as he approached the tub. Having a good night? Vanessa chimed in, cutting through the quiet. Actually, I was just convincing your girl here that she absolutely needs to perform this weekend, Vanessa continued, tossing her hair. She's worried her tiny baby bump will throw people off, but honestly, I think it's adorable. Conway glanced at his sister, an amused smirk tugging at his lips. Shockingly, I agree with her, and trust me, that's a rare occurrence. Because I'm brilliant and he's, well, let's just say he's still catching up, Vanessa teased, nudging him. We rarely see things the same way. His playful expression darkened just a fraction. You're a real joy to have around, you know that. Vanessa beamed. Oh, I know, little brother. I bit my lip, shifting the focus. So what's the plan for the show? It's coming up fast. Did you push it back? Couldn't, he said, crossing his arms. The fabric of his black shirt stretched over his shoulders. I've got a backup if you're not feeling it, but it's your choice. Wait, mine, I blinked. Yeah. His voice was steady, confident. You've got the routine down. A couple more run-throughs and you'll kill it, but no pressure, seriously. I hesitated. The idea of stepping into the spotlight made my stomach twist. All I wanted was to nest at home, sorting tiny socks and painting the nursery. But Conway had done so much for me. This was my chance to return the favor. I'll do it. Later, I stood in front of the mirror, studying my reflection in just my underwear. To anyone else, I looked the same, slim, no obvious changes. But when I traced my fingers over my skin, I could feel the subtle curve, the whisper of life beneath. Conway appeared behind me, his reflection meeting mine. What's the verdict? Trying to figure out if it's noticeable. His hands, rough from years of tattooing, settled over my stomach, warm and sure. I can tell. Really, just barely. You think the crowd will catch on during the show? I laced my fingers with his. Hope so. He rested his chin on my head, his gaze locked on our reflection. His thumb brushed lightly over the faint swell. Any guesses yet, boy or girl? Not a clue. They say moms have a sixth sense about these things. I haven't gotten the memo yet, I laughed. You will. I turned the question back on him. What's your bet? He exhaled, thoughtful. My family's mostly boys, so maybe a son, but honestly, his voice softened. I'd love a little girl just as much. My breath hitched. That was new. The way he said it, like he'd already imagined both futures, sent a rush of warmth through me. His reflection caught mine in the mirror as he answered. Yeah, definitely. One kid's great, but two, that's the dream. I hadn't expected this conversation so soon. I thought we'd talk about this way down the road, I admitted, my fingers tightening around the edge of the sink. He shrugged, leaning against the doorframe. Carter and I are practically twins in age. We grew up side by side. Vanessa's younger, and as much as I love her, that gap meant we didn't share as much. If we have one, I want the next one close behind. My eyebrows shot up. So you're saying you want to dive straight into baby number 2? Pretty much. A quiet laugh escaped me. Just weeks ago, I'd been terrified to tell him about the pregnancy, convinced he'd bolt. Now here he was, planning our future like it was the most natural thing in the world. The man who once guarded his freedom like a fortress was now rearranging his life around us. Guess I'm on board, I said, warmth spreading through me. Sleepless nights. Bring them on. After losing my brother, this was my chance to rebuild, to have a family that wouldn't disappear. Good. He crossed the room, tossing his phone onto the nightstand before shucking off his sweats. The past week had been a blur, him back at the office, me at home with Vanessa. But tonight, with his show just days away, he finally let himself relax. He stretched out on the bed, arms folded behind his head, and I joined him, savoring the quiet. No more running, no more fear. Vanessa was safe, Conway wasn't furious, and his family, over the moon. His gaze lingered on me, soft and unguarded. What? I whispered. Just memorizing you. You do that a lot. Pot, meat kettle, he shot back, grinning. I traced the lines of his chest, my fingers brushing over firm muscle. No one had ever looked at me the way he did, like I was the only thing that mattered. Not even Knox, with his model-perfect face, had ever made my pulse race like this. Don't get me wrong, I murmured. I love having your sister here, but I'll be glad when it's just us again. He scoffed. Liar. I'm serious, she's stealing all my attention. Or maybe I just like her, I teased. She's fun and my friend. A low sigh. I hate when you have friends. Wow, you want me to be a hermit. No, you've got me. His hand slid to my stomach, possessive and tender. And that's enough. I smirked. What happens when the baby's born and I'm obsessed with them instead of you? His fingers dipped lower, toying with the lace at my hips. As long as I'm in the picture, he murmured, dragging the fabric down, I can share. A shiver ran through me as his touch found the evidence of how much I'd missed him. He didn't waste time, shifting over me with a groan before I could even protest, not that I would. And just like that, the future could wait. Tonight was ours, his body pressed against mine, the heat between us undeniable as he moved with deliberate slowness. The weight of him pinned me down, muscles taut beneath his skin, veins tracing the strength in his arms. With a tilt of his hips, he pushed inside, the slick warmth welcoming him as he filled me completely. My legs wrapped around him, pulling him deeper, while his dark gaze burned into me, hungry, possessive. Every inch of me responded, my body tightening around him, already on the edge before he even began. His rhythm was slow, teasing, each thrust deliberate. "Say it," he demanded, voice rough. I knew what he wanted. The words had once torn us apart, but now they only fueled him. "I love you," I breathed, my voice trembling as my fingers dug into his shoulders. "Again." His grip tightened. "Always." The intensity in his eyes was almost too much, but I didn't look away. He needed this, needed to hear it, to own it. And I gave it to him because right now, in this moment, it was the truth. Later, backstage, the lingerie clung to me, the corset digging into my ribs. The other girls shot me glances, their disdain thicker than the stage smoke. They'd hoped I'd disappear, but here I was, still standing, still in Conway's orbit. Rehearsals had been brutal, my feet screaming in protest from the heels, but I'd pushed through. For him, when Conway appeared, sharp in his navy suit, his gaze swept over me like I was the only one in the room. "You belong up there," he murmured, lifting me effortlessly into his arms when my feet gave out. I should have protested, but exhaustion won. "You're ridiculous," I muttered, though my fingers curled into his jacket. "Ridiculous for you," he shot back, carrying me like I weighed nothing. Girls' glares burned into my back, but I didn't care. Let them hate me. I had what they wanted, and Conway, he had me for now. At least he breezed past the other girls as they changed, their usual icy stares softened by Conway's presence. I never bothered reacting to their petty behavior. Why waste energy on people who didn't matter? Conway was already mine, and their jealousy didn't faze me. He settled me onto the dressing bench, setting my heels beside me. One more rehearsal, then we're done. Actually, no rehearsal tomorrow. His brow furrowed. Why not? It's a rest day. The girls fast and detox to look as thin as possible. I gave him a skeptical look. "You seriously think I'd do that?" His only response was a slow grin. "Nope. Good, because that was never happening." I stretched, already imagining the possibilities. "So what should we do with our free day?" His eyes lit up. "How about a ride up to the ridge overlooking Verona? Dante can pack us lunch." Forecast says sunshine, not summer heat, but perfect for a picnic. My heart leaped. With the baby coming soon, I knew my days of freedom were numbered. I wanted to soak up every moment outdoors before I was stuck waddling around. "Yes, absolutely," he chuckled. "Figured you'd say that. Carbine can take us." I threw on my favorite pair of jeans, broken in from stable work, thick enough to block the chill, and layered a long-sleeved shirt under a cozy sweater. My old boots, dusty from neglect, felt familiar as I laced them up. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled like a holiday feast. Dante bustled between simmering pots and the oven, his picnic basket already overflowing. "Planning to feed an army," I teased. He winked, holding up a golden loaf. "Special sourdough, worth the wait." He deftly avoided my question, turning back to his cooking. "Need anything else, Sapphire? Could you sneak in some wine for Conway?" "He won't drink around me, but I want him to enjoy himself." "Consider it done." As I turned to leave, Vanessa appeared in the hallway, looking unusually polished, hair styled, makeup flawless, dressed in a sleek black dress with a delicate gold bracelet. The only thing out of place, bare feet. "Feeling better?" I asked. "Finally," she grinned. "First day without painkillers, those horse pills are brutal." "Glad you're on the mend," she laughed. "Conway can't wait to get rid of me, huh?" "Not true. Please." "He scolded me for monopolizing you last night." I rolled my eyes. Ignore him. New detail. As I headed outside, the crisp air carried the scent of pine, unexpected for this time of year. It reminded me of childhood winters, a fleeting moment of nostalgia before Carbine brought the horses around. He's such a strange guy. She chuckled, shaking her head. Took you long enough to figure that out, so you two are heading out. Yeah, there's this amazing overlook in the hills, perfect view of Verona. Sounds lovely, have fun. She turned to leave but hesitated when he called her name. Vanessa, she spun back, eyebrow raised. What's up? You look different, going somewhere special. She glanced down, smoothing the fabric of her sundress. Honestly, I've been living in sweatpants for weeks. Felt like dressing up just because. Feels good, you know. It suits you, I said before heading upstairs to meet Conway. We grabbed the picnic basket Dante had packed and made our way to the stables. The crisp morning air was sharp but not biting, just enough to make the sunlight feel like a warm hug when it hit. Dante was going all out in the kitchen. Hope he didn't overdo it just for lunch. Conway tightened the saddle on Carbine, effortlessly loading our gear. Dressed in fitted jeans, boots, and a black long sleeve, he looked like he belonged in a western, rugged, and effortlessly cool. Knowing him, he's probably prepping dinner. For 3 people, he shrugged. Dante doesn't half-ass anything. Some nights it's steak and potatoes, other nights it's a 5-course meal. Maybe he's in a good mood since Vanessa's feeling better. Fair point. We mounted Carbine, me settling behind Conway, arms locked around his waist. The trail was dry after yesterday's break from rain, and we took our time winding up the hillside. I pressed my cheek against his shoulder, breathing in the mix of his cologne and the faint musk of sweat, intoxicating. This place never gets old. Never does, he agreed. An hour later, we reached the crest of the hill. A patch of soft grass under an oak tree made the perfect spot. While Carbine grazed nearby, Conway spread out the blanket and unpacked lunch. The storm clouds had finally cleared, leaving the city below sharp and gleaming. Sunlight bounced off rooftops like midsummer, though we were too far to make out anything but the occasional glint of a car winding through the streets. Gorgeous. We dug into Dante's sandwiches and salads, and Conway surprised me with a bottle of apple cider, pouring us each a glass. I told him to pack wine for you, he smirked, and I told him to put it back. You don't have to avoid it around me. I know, he said, taking a sip of his cider, but I don't miss it. As we ate, a hawk circled overhead, its shadow flickering across the blanket. Conway watched it, his expression unreadable. You ever think about just staying up here? Every single time, I admitted. He grinned, tossing me an extra cookie from the basket. Good. The air between us was thick with unspoken emotions as Conway leaned back against the picnic blanket, his fingers tracing the rim of his whiskey glass. Don't pity me too much, I've got my own little love affair with this bottle, he joked, swirling the amber liquid. I smirked, nudging him. So, Scotch is your secret mistress. His grin was slow, deliberate. Guess you could say that. I polished off my sandwich, then picked at the salad, knowing I'd regret the extra bites later. But with the baby on the way, I had the perfect excuse, blame the cravings, right? After packing up the leftovers, Conway pulled me close, his arms snug around me as we gazed at the skyline. The city lights flickered like distant stars, and for a moment everything felt still. 9 months ago, he murmured, voice rough with nostalgia, I was a different man. Self-sufficient, driven content in my solitude. Success was my only companion, and I liked it that way. Built my empire from the ground up, no handouts, no favors. My family respected that. I respected that. His jaw tightened, eyes distant. Then I saw you. A shiver ran through me. He rarely opened up like this. That night, on stage, you rewrote my entire story. Suddenly, my neat little world wasn't enough. I fought it, tried to pretend you were just another distraction. But when I paid that absurd price for you, he shook his head, a wry laugh escaping. That's when I knew no going back. My fingers curled into the denim of his jeans, heart pounding. I lied to myself too, I admitted. Told myself it was just Greece, just the stables, just the way you looked at me when… Conway. His name left my lips in a whisper as he reached into his pocket. Time slowed. The velvet box was small, but the weight of it was undeniable. My breath hitched. He didn't ask, just flipped it open, revealing a diamond so brilliant it nearly blinded me. 2 carats of perfection, flanked by smaller stones, all set in gleaming white gold. "Muse," he said, voice low, "I'm not giving you a choice." And just like that, the city lights blurred into something brighter. His grip tightened around my hand as he slid the ring onto my finger, the cool metal pressing against my skin. "Marry me," he said, more command than question. "You're going to be Mrs. Barsetti, my wife, mine in every way." The weight of the ring was unfamiliar, heavier than anything I'd ever worn, but it wasn't just the gold that made it feel that way. It was everything it meant. I turned my hand, watching the light catch the stone, something so perfect I hadn't even known I wanted it. Conway had always known me better than I knew myself. Tears blurred my vision before I even realized they were there, one slipping free and landing on my wrist. "I don't even know what to say." "Don't say anything," he interrupted, lacing his fingers through mine. "Just be mine like you always have been." Back at the house, we handed Carbine off to Marco, but my mind was still stuck on that ring. A simple piece of jewelry, yet it carried the weight of forever. And the way he demanded instead of asked, like there was never any doubt. Because there was. His arm curled around my waist, pulling me close as we walked, his breath warm against my cheek. "Thought we'd have a nice dinner first," he murmured. "Dinner?" I laughed, stopping in my tracks to loop my arms around his neck. "I don't want food. I want you. I want to feel this ring on my finger while you're inside me. Dante can leave the food outside the door, if we even remember it exists." He paused, turning to face me fully, that slow, knowing smirk curling his lips. One hand slid to the small of my back, the other brushing my hair from my face before he pressed his forehead to mine. "Tempting," he admitted, voice low. "But we've got other plans." Before I could ask, he was leading me inside, straight into the dining room where his entire family erupted in cheers. The table was covered in flowers, a banner on the wall screaming congratulations. In bold letters. Vanessa waved a half-empty wine bottle like a victory flag, while Carter and Carmen clapped wildly. His parents watched with misty eyes, and even his aunt and uncle looked like they might burst from happiness. "My God," I breathed, clutching my chest. "You planned all this?" Conway just grinned, leaning down to whisper against my temple. "Now they're your family, too." And damn, did the Barsettis know how to celebrate. The wine flowed, the laughter didn't stop, and by the time we finally stumbled to bed past midnight, I was dizzy from more than just the alcohol. The ring stayed on, a silent promise, as I shed my clothes and crawled under the sheets. Conway followed, stripping down with that same effortless confidence, his body already hard against mine before he even settled beside me. He dragged me to the center of the bed, knees parting my thighs with a possessiveness that made my breath catch. This was what forever felt like. That ring suits you perfectly. It feels right, too. How about we make it official soon? Just an intimate ceremony on the terrace. Honestly, I hadn't even processed being engaged yet, let alone planned a wedding. But why wait? My circle was small, just his family and a handful of friends. The quicker the better. I'd rather not waddle down the aisle looking like I swallowed a watermelon. He shot me a look. "You know that's not what I meant. Relax, I'm kidding. I just want to be your wife already." My fingers traced the lines of his chest as I tightened my legs around him. "Same here. Wear the ring tomorrow. I'm announcing the engagement and the baby on the show." After the whirlwind of the day, I'd completely forgotten about his broadcast. "Wait, is that why you proposed today?" A slow, knowing grin spread across his face. "Yeah, why not shout it from the rooftops? The whole world should know you're mine." Wow, someone's feeling territorial. "And His gaze darkened, that smoldering intensity sending a thrill through me. Conway had always been protective, but this was next level, and I loved every second of it. No games, no hiding, just raw, unfiltered love. He was my first, my only, and I was his. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Vanessa, once the show wrapped, Conway and Sapphire turned their bedroom into a no-fly zone. Between the lingering glances and whispered laughter, I felt like a third wheel at my own brother's house. Time to go. I packed my bags, ready to head back to my Milan apartment. Dante's place had been a sanctuary while I healed, but I was done playing patient. My arm. Almost good as new, just a little shaky, but nothing a few painting sessions wouldn't fix. The painkillers were history, the gauze was gone, and all that remained was a gnarly scar. I stacked my luggage by the door and dropped the bomb over lunch. I'm heading home. Classes are calling, and I need to get my life back on track. Thanks for everything, really. Sapphire's fork clattered onto her plate. You're leaving? You just got here. I'm fine, I insisted, pushing my half-eaten salad aside. Seriously. You two deserve some alone time anyway, so wedding date. Nice try, she said, crossing her arms. You're staying until you're fully recovered. I am recovered, and my apartment's probably collecting dust. Plus, I've got assignments piling up. My brother raised an eyebrow. You're really going back to that tiny studio? I smirked. What, you think I can't handle a little independence? New detail, Vanessa's determination to reclaim her routine, subtly hinting at her stubborn streak. Tone shift, playful sarcasm cuts through the tension, lightening the mood. After everything that went down, I'm not about to let some dead psycho scare me out of my place, I shot back. The apartment's perfect, close to everything, great neighborhood, and honestly, moving is the worst. You sure about this? Conway pressed. Because I'm good, I cut him off. This isn't some fake tough girl act. He finally backed off, and I turned the focus back on them. Besides, this is your time. You two should be enjoying each other, not stressing over me. Sapphire gave me that earnest look of hers. But we love having you around, seriously. Conway just shrugged, and she rolled her eyes. Ignore him, you know he adores you. I smirked at my brother. Yeah, he just shows it in his own charming, emotionally constipated way. Is there anything that would change your mind? Sapphire asked, her voice soft. I shook my head. Nope, but if I need backup, you'll be the first to know. They finally let it go, and I felt the tension ease. So when are you heading out? Conway asked between bites. Right after lunch, I said, already itching to get back. There was still a mess to clean up, including a certain blood-stained knife I hadn't dealt with yet. You ever think about talking to someone? My brother took a sip of water. He'd cut out alcohol in solidarity with Sapphire. I groaned. Therapy, come on. There's nothing wrong with it, Sapphire added gently. After what you've been through. I don't judge people who go, but I don't need it. My dad raised me to handle my own crap, and I wasn't about to let some lunatic make me feel weak. I got myself out when he took me, and no one was ever gonna control me again. Relax, if I'm drowning, I'll yell, Conway scoffed. No, you won't. You'd rather choke than ask for a lifeline. I grinned because he wasn't wrong. Stubborn, absolutely, but that's how I liked it. Fine, you got me, but trust me, I'll be fine. The drive back to Milan dragged, probably because I hadn't made the trip in ages. Still, there was something peaceful about it. Just me, the open road, and the rolling Italian countryside, even under the gray sky. My arm twinged when I turned the wheel, but it wasn't bad enough to slow me down. Mostly, I thought about Conway and Sapphire. The way they looked at each other, like nothing else mattered. She didn't care about his money or his grumpy exterior. She saw right through it, straight to the guy underneath. Andrew Lexington had offered her a cushy life in the States, but she chose Conway. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little jealous. At my age, I still had years before settling down, and I wasn't about to rush it. I had high standards, looks were nice, but they weren't everything. I wanted someone like the men in my family, Strong, stubborn, with just enough heart to keep things interesting. Simple in theory, nearly impossible in reality absolutely. Finding someone I truly loved was one thing, but getting my father's blessing, that was a whole other battle. His standards were sky high, higher than mine if that was even possible. Still, I dreamed of love, marriage, and building my own family. It would happen when the time was right. Some things couldn't be forced, no matter how much you wanted them. The drive home gave me plenty of time to daydream, and before I knew it, I was pulling into my apartment complex. My car mostly collected dust. My dad insisted I have one, though I rarely used it. Stepping inside, everything was exactly as I'd left it. The knife was still on the kitchen floor, the blood dried into a dark stain. The couch still bore the dent from Knuckles' weight, and the air carried his lingering scent like cheap cologne and trouble. I rinsed the knife and tucked it back in the fridge, better safe than sorry, then cracked the window to clear out the stale air. The place needed life. Flowers, maybe. Something to chase away the heaviness. Standing there, the silence pressed in. I loved my independence, the thrill of wandering the city solo, the freedom of making my own choices. But every time I left my family, it felt like leaving a part of myself behind. I needed this time alone, needed to figure out who I was when no one was watching. Yet deep down, I already knew where I belonged. Tuscany. With my parents, my future husband, my kids, all of us close, just down the road. The right man would understand. If he loved me, he'd embrace that life, even if we met here in Milan. I'm Vanessa Barsetti, daughter of Crow Barsetti. He taught me to fight, to never back down. Cross me and you'll regret it. I don't take crap from anyone. But one wrong turn, one late-night walk, and I stumbled into a nightmare. The man who found me. Handsome, deadly, with ink-covered arms and a gaze that promised violence. His name was Bones, and he wasn't about to let me walk away. No links or promotional text included. Penelope Sky has crafted an impressive catalog of titles that span multiple languages, showcasing her global appeal. From Buttons and Lace to Buttons and Grace, her English series weaves passion and drama with unforgettable intensity. The same gripping narratives appear in Spanish Bottoms y en Cage, Italian Botany e Pizzo, French Boutons et Dentelle, and German Nerpf und Fesseln, proving her stories transcend borders. Her lingerie collection adds another layer of allure, with titles like Muse in Lingerie and Queen in Lingerie promising elegance and intrigue. Meanwhile, the Scotch series, The Scotch King, The Scotch Queen, and The Scotch Royals, brings regal power struggles to life in English, French, German, and Dutch. Fans of international romance will love how she reinvents her themes across cultures, whether it's El Rey del Escasez in Spanish or Il Re Scazis in Italian. And with upcoming releases like Lady in Lingerie and Princess in Lingerie, the anticipation only grows. Sky's ability to blend sensuality, conflict, and royalty ensures readers everywhere stay hooked.